Everyone has an opinion about Canadian federal politics.
Oh, yeah.
I think our leader, Trudeau, I don't think I've ever heard him say a true word.
Oh, hello. Do you have a warrant to be here?
Oh, yeah.
It's time for a change in this country, my friends. A real change.
Wiggle and squirm as you might, it is really hard to put lipstick on a pig.
When I'm Prime Minister, I will keep my promises.
WTF.
Here.
I know this place is where I am. No other place is better than. No matter where I go, I am proud to be Canadian. I am, you know I am. The world that works.
The one we call Canadian.
Gentlemen, beam me aboard.
First, I want to congratulate Donald on a night. I look forward to working with President Trump once again to strengthen North American economic opportunities for the middle class, to grow our economies in ways that make us competitive around the world, to protect North America from the many, many challenges that exist around the world. The world is actually even more difficult and more complicated than it was 4 years ago. And I know that there's lots of work for us to do, and I'm looking forward to do it. On our side, we've been preparing for this. We're looking forward to doing this work. And we're going to make sure that this extraordinary friendship and alliance between Canada and the United States continues to be a real benefit to Canadians, but also to people around the world.
What is the actual plan?
Je veux tout d'abord féliciter Donald Trump pour son élection. Ça a été une victoire décisive. Et j'ai hâte de travailler avec lui pour livrer pour les Canadiens et pour les Américains. Il y a 4 ans, on a travaillé ensemble pour amener plus depuis 4 ans. Et, ça fait cette Canada de Donald et pour tout.
Thank you for stopping.
Okay, so let me just say, so let me first of all say good morning. And I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate President Trump and his team on their historic victory. Canada looks forward to working in close partnership with our American friends and neighbors. I also want to say, I know that a lot of Canadians are anxious. A lot of Canadians have been anxious this week. A lot of Canadians were anxious throughout the night.
What is she talking about? Come on, Christia. Like, come on. We're all relieved. She's talking about anxiety? Twitchy-witchy, man.
And I want to say, with utter sincerity and conviction to Canadians, that Canada will be absolutely fine. We have a strong relationship with the United States. We have a strong relationship with President Trump and his team. Let's remember,
she's full of shit,
that
guys.
our trading relationship today is governed by the trade deal concluded by President Trump himself and his team. That's really, really important. What's also important is the economic and security fundamentals of our relationship. The reality is the relationship between Canada and the United States works for both countries. Canada is the largest market for the United States, larger than China, Japan, and the UK combined. And what is really important about our economic partnership, and I believe this is at the core of what is important for President Trump and his team, is that our partnership is good for American workers. Canadian workers have high labor standards, high environmental standards. Our partnership in no way undercuts American workers, and I know that that is at the heart of the concerns of President Trump and his team, because that is at the heart of our NAFTA deal, our new NAFTA deal that we concluded with them. And then the final thing that I'd like to say.
She's so goddamn ridiculous. Like, she's gonna will, oh my God. You guys see what this sow is doing.
Is I have really great confidence that at a moment like this, which is a moment of great change for the world, we have to be candid about that. I have real confidence that Canada is going to come together and face this moment as a united Team Canada. We've done it before every time we face a big national challenge, and I have already had so much outreach from business leaders, from provinces, from labor leaders across the country. We are going to work together, and I'm confident we will continue to be successful in not only defending the national interest, but ensuring that Canada thrives. Okay, excusez-moi, vous avez raison. C'est important de s'exprimer en français. Alors, maintenant, nous d'être absolument forts, les Canadiens, une plan d'équipe, une équipe continue à avoir un fondement. Il y a une ligne que notre monde est absolument sain.
His team and his new So first and foremost, I would like by starting to congratulate President-elect Donald Trump. We look forward to working with his team and his new administration. Throughout the last months and last years, we've been developing very strong ties with his team, and of course, we will continue to develop very constructive relationships. That will definitely be my job in the coming days, and also along with the Prime Minister and all different ministers. And meanwhile, we'll continue to protect, defend, and continue to advocate for our common interests, because we all know that the U.S. is our neighbor and best friend. And so we have a plan, and we're ready because we've been working on that plan for now. Just a second. So, and we've been working on that plan now for months. Je vais le dire en français maintenant. Donc, bonjour tout le monde, ça me fait plaisir de vous voir. J'aimerais bien entendu commencer par féliciter le président élu Donald Trump. Just give me a sec. Just give me a sec. Okay. There's a lot of frenziness this morning. Okay, so first and foremost, I would like to, en français. Bien entendu, j'aimerais féliciter le président Trump pour son élection. Ça fait maintenant des mois, voire même des années qu'on développe des liens importants, semaines importants au cours des poursuites. C'est très bien. Afterwards, comes to our different economic interests. We've gone through this, and we're ready. So We've already started conversations, and we'll continue these conversations in the coming days and weeks. When it comes to geopolitics, I think this is a very important difference from the first administration of Trump, because of course the world was in a different shape. This morning I had a conversation with the foreign minister of Ukraine, and of course we're connecting with them. I had many conversations with different European foreign ministers. So what we want is all peace and stability. And that's what we will be doing. And of course, I look forward to working with the future Secretary of State. Meanwhile, I've been in contact with Tony Blinken, which is still the acting Secretary of State since last night. Just give me a sec. Yes, Rhonda, I'm listening. Yes.
Do those conflicts in Ukraine...
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Do those conflicts in Ukraine, in the Middle East, become harder to resolve in the way Canada wants to under Trump?
Well, I won't go into that particular question, but what we know is we all want peace and stability, but at the same time, we know that Ukrainians right now are fighting for their freedom, but also for ours. So we need to make sure to do a couple of things. First, we need to reinforce our partnership within North America, and we'll be there to defend our continent. We will be there.
Will you spend more on defense?
Yes, because we will be tripling the budget of defense.
To 2%.
So, and our goal is to, of course, get to 2%. The other thing is we want to strengthen the NATO alliance, and Canada will continue to contribute, but it starts at home first, and then of course we will do that through the alliance. Also, what is important now is we're investing way more in the Indo-Pacific, because we know that there is clearly an issue there, because also we're a Pacific country. And finally, of course, we will support Ukrainians, and we will continue to abide by long-term security guarantees that we offer for them. Now, when it comes to your question regarding the Middle East, we all know that at this point the war needs to end. We need the ceasefire, we need the hostages to be back, we need the humanitarian aid going into Gaza. I've had numerous conversations with many of my colleagues, including those that are linked to the Trump administration, and I think that we can go towards a path to peace and stability. It's in Israel's long-term security interest. It is also in the Palestinians' long-term security interest to do so. So I look forward to constructive conversations.
À un certain point, les États-Unis retirent leur appui à l'Ukraine et que l'Ukraine doit céder une partie de son territoire. Est-ce que c'est ce que vous prévoyez avec l'arrivée de Trump à la Maison-Blanche?
Moi, ce que je prévois, c'est qu'il va y avoir, bien entendu, un soutien à l'Ukraine. D'ailleurs, l'administration Trump, à l'époque, ce soutien-là, c'est qu'on va travailler sur la discipline et le budget des finances. Les Américains, entendu, on va sur l'administration dans cette région.
What was the message from Ukraine's foreign minister?
Well, Canada is a country that understands really well the U.S. And what I'm seeing right now is many of our partners and friends are calling us to make sure that we can help them understand what is going on in the U.S. And so I'm willing to offer that expertise. I'm willing to make sure that we have a stronger alliance and that we can help our friends go through sometimes geopolitical turbulences. But at the same time, I must say that my job is always to find common ground with the U.S. and also defend our interests, and that's what I'll do.
Pourquoi vous avez refusé de rencontrer la rapporteuse à l'ONU pour les territoires palestiniens? Elle était à la Chambre hier, elle a fait une conférence de presse. Pourquoi est-ce que vous avez refusé de la rencontrer? C'est ce qu'elle nous a dit hier en conférence de presse.
En fait, il n'y a jamais de pour un rencontre Trump et bien entendu nos seuils des
Donald Trump specifically that makes you optimistic about a Middle East peace process?
I've already answered that question.
C'est bon ou c'est mauvais pour le Parti libéral du Canada, cet électrochoc-là mondial avec cette élection de Trump?
Écoutez, aujourd'hui, là, ce que les Canadiens qui nous écoutent peuvent savoir, c'est qu'on a un plan.
To do now is to congratulate President Trump on his election. We're going to be, he's going to take office, as you know, in January. The good thing for Canadians is we're ready. Actually, I was already texting folks in the United States, and they're responding. So this is good. What we said to Canadians is that we would be ready and that we would fight for Canadian interests.
How are you going to avoid tariffs? He's floating a 10% tariff.
Let's not like speculate. President Trump is going to come in January.
He's promised tariffs.
Let's take things step by step. We're talking to his team. People were texting already this morning. We're already. Well, I'll keep that. We know a lot of people in the United States. Well, we know folks there, and now we'll let's take step by step. We congratulate him on his victory. He's going to be working over the next few weeks. We have weeks and months before January 20th. But the good thing, that's why I was saying to Canadians, the work we've been doing, all the work we've been doing is paying dividend now because we have the people on the other side. They understand the strategic importance. Like I said, when I was in Washington, the three things we did are really key now for the Trump administration: security. Everyone is talking about security. That is the paramount topic that when you folks. And let me security, supply chain resiliency. They understand that we are their key strategic partner. And then you talk about a growth agenda. That's what the things I was texting with folks this morning, the growth agenda for North America. So on that basis, I would say Canada is better positioned now than we were last time because we are more integrated strategically, and we can see that already in the response that we're seeing from our folks.
What is your priority package? Si jamais M. Trump impose des tarifs de 10%, est-ce que le Canada doit répliquer avec des tarifs aussi?
Écoutez, les gens devraient être assurés qu'on a déjà été là. Vous avez l'équipe. Non, mais laissez-moi juste vous répondre. On a toujours été là pour défendre nos travailleurs, pour défendre l'industrie, pour défendre le Canada. Alors, les gens qui nous regardent dans la on sera encore.
Mr. Trump has floated getting rid of the U.S. EV tariffs. Canada's deals say that if the U.S. gets rid of their EV subsidies, not tariffs, that Canada would also get rid of its subsidies.
Well,
so will Canada pull those EV subsidies?
I would say, if you look at the mega trend in the world, you still have decarbonization and digitization. I would say that the fact that Canada was a leading nation when it comes to decarbonizer, steel, aluminum, we've attracted generational investment in the auto sector. So I would say we are well positioned for the economy of the 21st century. So with respect, well, listen, we have been very competitive. We intend to remain competitive. Like I said, we're not going to jump to speculation, to conclusion. We'll let the new administration frame out their plans. But the good thing that Canadians should know is that now we're really well connected with folks down in the United States. Like I said, people were even texting back this morning. So this is on the Trump team. So this is positive because the relationship we've built. We were there last time. Many of us served during the former Trump administration. But I think now we move from just being the friendly neighbor of the North to a strategic partner, and they understand that.
Minister, what's your message to Canadian industry?
Ben, écoutez, on n'est pas rendu là. Moi, le projet de Northvolt, j'y crois parce que j'ai toujours dit what may happen, on what may happen, He's just been elected yesterday. There's weeks in between.
So what's your
we are
message
talking.
Well,
I would say let's be calm. Let's be calm. The work. Let's be calm. The work that we've done is paying off. The work that we've done is paying off. We have relationship. They understand how strategically important we are in critical minerals, in semiconductors, in the energy sector. We'll make the case for Canada. We made it last time. We're just going to make the case. We know the folks. They're already texting back. So what I'm saying is that we have the integrated nature of our relationship, strategic nature of our relationship. They understand that. The relationship with Canada and the U.S. is the envy of the world, as the Prime Minister said. So.
Guys, you crack me up. I'm just on here tonight to watch the stream, and you guys, you're a funny bunch. I know politics is tough. Like, you guys are good. Like, make fun of it. Make make fun of it all you want. It's nuts. It's nuts.
We're going to keep working for Canadians.
So what is the plan?
Ben, écoutez, on a déjà beaucoup de gens qui travaillent là-dessus. C'est vrai que c'est important. Le travail qu'on a fait avec l'équipe Canada, ça doit continuer parce que, honnêtement, aujourd'hui, non, mais on va continuer de le faire. C'est la prérogative du premier ministre. Mais ce que je peux vous dire, c'est que le travail qu'on a fait, ça porte dividende aujourd'hui. On est bien prêt.
Is there more of a plan than just keep calm? Is there something more to it than keep calm and text?
Well, we have already mapped that out.
But what is it? We haven't
No,
heard
but I
it.
mean, you may not know, but I know. That's a good thing.
Right, but I think
that's a
Canadian
good thing
companies want
that
to
we've
know.
said we've
You
been
guys
working.
have a plan, and so far
Yeah,
you're saying
it's-
keep calm and text.
No, I say no. What I said is that we have the relationship. We have talked to our American counterparts. They understand the strategic nature of that. And today's day one. Let's take a deep breath. This is day one. We're going to be working with our U.S. friends and Canadians. Know we've always been there to defend Canadian interests.
Vous avez dit hier, on a tous les numéros de téléphone, mais est-ce que
Ça va bien.
Est-ce que
Ça
c'est
va bien.
plus compliqué que ça, la relation canado-américaine?
Ben, je vous dirais,
Avoir
il faut-
le numéro de téléphone, appeler quelqu'un, ça veut pas dire qu'il va
Non, mais on a les relations. On a les relations, c'est ça. D'accord? Et comme je vous dis,
Clair aujourd'hui, il va y avoir une nouvelle administration américaine. Et c'est les...
Est-ce que ça vous fait peur quand même de voir que le...
Personne cherche pour les Français. Les craintes n'étaient pas de gauche ou de données.
Est-ce que vous allez continuer de comparer?
Oui, c'est pour moi, peut-être que la terre de...
Reproductive rights in the U.S. just on camera. I know you spoke about it earlier.
I think that reproductive rights, it's been a long battle to make sure that a woman has autonomy over her own body. Yesterday, I was taken as I was walking towards the Senate by images of women holding up a paper saying that they're a person. The battle for women's rights and autonomy over their body is a long and winding road. And it has had many setbacks, but that does not mean that we give up. We persist, and I think the imperative here in Canada is to make sure that we do ensure that women's right to an abortion, women's right to access to contraception is protected. So I think there's an imperative for us to do everything within our own domain and country to ensure the progress that we made is maintained and that we continue moving forward.
Hello, Mr. Pickles.
Ouais, c'est pas le temps pour ça. C'est pour moi. Non. Il va y avoir une nouveau secrétaire pour ça. Il va y avoir beaucoup de passer un temps avec les 17 contextes.
Pour M. Trump, nous avons besoin.
Est-ce que c'est bon pour M. Poilievre de voir que même s'il y a un côté rébarbatif, il y a
On verra ce que les commentateurs vont dire là-dessus. Moi, ce que je peux vous dire, c'est que on prend note.
C'est un mini-Trump. Alors, est-ce que dans ce cas-là, si vous comparez les deux, ça devrait vous faire peur pour la prochaine élection?
Aujourd'hui, on focalise sur le fait que les Américains vont travailler possible. Question que les gens posent normalement et on aura l'occasion de répondre.
Merci. Making sure that we have an immigration system that is disciplined, that is controlled, that has a controlled flow of migrants to this country. That work will continue. Our interests are aligned with the U.S. in making sure that we have a northern border that is secure and that has a managed flow of trade and migrants, and that'll continue. This will always be an issue of making sure that for us, what is in the best interest of Canada and what is in the best interests of Canadians.
Wrong as well, that they don't actually see Mr. Poilievre as a threat.
Look, I will always stand up for a woman's right to choose and access to abortion. That's not something that I am ever going to back down on, and I think
But
that
more
for
my question
Canadians,
is, since you raised yesterday the threat that Mr. Poilievre
well,
poses.
it was a question that was asked of me actually.
Okay,
that
so
I
I'm asking
responded
you
to,
today,
but
do you
no,
see that maybe you've miscalculated the Canadian electorate in the same way the Democrats miscalculated the electorate in the U.S.? Most voters voted for Trump.
Well, look, I think the United States and Canada are two different countries. countries that have, you know, shared values in many ways, but also different ways of doing things, right? I mean, we have a different system here in Canada than they do in the United States. But what I can say is that I think when it comes to the fundamental rights and freedoms of Canadians, that at the end of the day, Canadians expect that their politicians are going to stand up and defend them and not roll them back. And that's something that I stand by and will continue to
Does
stand
this
by.
election help you or hurt you in
C'est un recul que les États-Unis vivent en ce moment.
Bon, les Américains ont choisi leur président et
to table our supplementary estimates to indicate not only what we have as approved spending in legislation, but also approved spending that is needed, that needs the House's approval for. So we definitely are looking forward to a period of time where we can ensure that we have that approval. I will note that we have always been able to successfully put forward the financial information of our government and pass that through the House. In my various portfolios, I have continually appeared at committee to explain our financial requests and the financial items that require approval. So bottom line is that I look forward to the time when we can do that.
Madame Anand, qu'est-ce que vous pouvez dire sur les colis explosifs qui auraient été envoyés dans des avions à destination du Canada par la Russie apparemment?
Oui, c'est crucial d'avoir notre priorité. C'est le safety pour tous les passagers, pour tous les avions, pour tous les voyages. Donc, je travaille très proche avec le ministre Leblanc là-dessus. Et nous continuons de nous assurer, s'assurer toute la population canadienne que nous avons les mesures nécessaires pour protéger notre pays.
Je dirais, est-ce que c'est vrai? Parce que c'est des allégations jusqu'à présent. Est-ce que des colis explosifs qui ont été découverts dans certains appareils à destination?
À mon avis, maintenant, je ne sais pas l'information de confirmer cet enjeu, mais c'est une matière où je vais avoir de plus en plus d'informations pendant le jour.
DHL perhaps to step up its efforts in screening packages and things like that?
It is a top priority for our government, especially at transport, to make sure that all carriers are taking the necessary steps to ensure safe passage of passengers and packages. So yes, I will be taking additional steps to ensure.
Trump win for the Liberals, is that helpful for your party?
So let me first start by congratulating Donald Trump on the victory last night. I will say that having a close relationship with the United States is necessary for the Canadian economy, as well as the people-to-people and the cultural ties between our two countries. From an economic standpoint, $3.3 billion of goods and services pass through the longest undefended border in the world every day. That's the border between Canada and the United States. So regardless of who is in the White House, our government will always work extremely hard to ensure that that economic relationship remains sound. Now, from a transportation standpoint, I will continue to work closely with Secretary Buttigieg as long as he is in that position, and then when President-elect Trump moves.
It cracks me up when they have to talk about Trump, because, like, you can see that they're outside of themselves. And these are people that don't get out of their own comfort zone. And they're so uncomfortable. Anita Anand, who's a whore, like, whatever. I'm not going to drop the C word on here tonight, but she is one. Like, see you next Tuesday, Anita. Like, president of the Treasury Board? You're a whore. It's kind of fun to say. Say it. Like, and she's going to congratulate Trump here. It's, oh my God. Eat your words, liberals, you woke punks.
Moves forward and appoints his new set of secretaries. Again, will work very hard to ensure that we have seamless transportation networks and systems between our two countries. It's of the utmost importance for the Canadian population, which is who we are serving, to ensure.
Pour améliorer cette relation avec le futur président Trump, est-ce que le Canada devrait atteindre son objectif de 2% de dépenses militaires là, plus rapidement, parce qu'on sait que c'est une des demandes du président Trump? Est-ce que vous devriez aller plus vite?
Comme vous savez, quand j'étais la ministre de la Défense nationale, j'ai poussé très fort de nous assurer que nous pouvons avoir de plus en plus d'investissements dans les défenses. Par exemple, j'ai annoncé presque 40 milliards de dollars pour le NORAD. Donc, maintenant, nous allons continuer d'investir dans nos défenses et nos relations multilatérales, de travailler pour nos défenses.
Monsieur Trump, est-ce que
ça, ce n'est pas une idée. On va être là, moi, d'avoir. Je suis.
Qu'est-ce que ça puis nous, on va la préoccupation des femmes,
the NAFTA review. I understand it's not at this point a renegotiation, but he says he wants he doesn't sort of hail it the way you guys think.
We've got the traitor right here, little Mary Ng. Like, that's who's up next. Let's take a peek.
He does. So, what do you
Mary
think?
Ng is a traitor.
The first thing I want to say is...
Please don't repeat Madam Ng's 6 minutes, or Madam Freeland's 6 minute statement.
No,
we just want to get some questions to a responsible minister, so please answer the question.
Sure.
What is the impact of 10% trade tariffs on this country?
This trade relationship is the envy of the world. We intend to work very hard for Canadians with the Americans to make sure that this that this trade between the two countries, which is the envy, continues to remain strong. Today, he's been elected, and we've been working really hard for months to prepare for this.
What is the plan? What is the plan to deal with trade tariffs?
Mr. Trump is going to, obviously want us to ramp up our defense spending. He said he wants us to get to 2%.
Yeah, we want to get to 2% too. We've made a commitment to do that. We've got a plan, and we're working hard towards it.
But there is an immediate threat here because he said he needs us to get there now. We're supposed to get there in a couple of years from now. Are you not concerned about that time?
My responsibility is to the Canadian Armed Forces and the Canadians. We're investing significantly in our defense capabilities. We've made a commitment to all of our NATO allies, including the United States, that we have a plan to get there, and we're going to work really hard at it.
Are you concerned about Trump, what Trump could do, for Ukraine's defense against Russia?
Actually, I think Canada's position with respect to our support for Ukraine remains resolute, and we're going to continue to provide that. My expectation is that all members of the Ukraine Defense Contact Group will continue in their support of Ukraine, and yes, we'll be interested in following carefully if there's a change in any of the NATO members' position with respect to
I got to ask about Lloyd Austin. Who do you think will follow Lloyd Austin as SecDef?
And can I just say, I have no idea who the new president, when he takes over, might consider there, but I want to acknowledge Lloyd Austin's been an extraordinary leader in that position. He has strengthened NATO, and the work that he has done in bringing the Ukraine Defense Contact Group has absolutely been critically and instrumental in all of the supports that all of us have been able to coordinate with Ukraine. I take the opportunity to thank Lloyd for his leadership and service.
But I also got to ask you about procurement. Procurement has always been a problem in Canada. You can go buy Poseidon patrol planes, you can go buy drones, whatever you want, but it takes time for Public Works to move the contracts through, and that seems to always slow us down as a country.
And I think we always, first of all, there's really important work going on right now in procurement reform. It's being led by our minister at PSPC, but all of us are very much involved in this, and certainly from the defense standpoint, we need that reform because we've got some big things that we need to do, and we need to do them as efficiently and as quickly as possible. Frankly, there are two commodities that I have to manage as the Minister of National Defense. One is money and one is time. And there is an urgency to the work that we need to do, and that reform is going to be critically important. We also see opportunities to work with our closest allies, including the United States, with foreign military sales and other procurement measures that we believe can be helpful in order for us to deliver. We've also been reaching out to other allies. We just recently, for example, last week had a Canada-Korea defense industry conference. I think building those relationships and finding ways to do business better, faster, and more efficiently for everybody is in everyone's interest.
Mr. Blair, what is this, Trump has talked about getting a negotiated deal with Russia and Ukraine. Just what does this mean from a Canadian perspective?
Again, I'm not going to deal with a hypothetical. I think that the situation continues to evolve. We are concerned always with the security of Ukraine, and particularly some of the more aggressive actions most recently by Russia, including bringing in arms and now soldiers from North Korea. We're gravely concerned by that escalation from Russia, but our support for Ukraine remains resolute and strong.
What's your message to Donald Trump?
I don't have a message to Donald Trump. The American people had their election last night. The people are never wrong. We look forward to working with the new administration.
Have you spoken to your Ukrainian counterpart yet?
Been busy this morning, but I'll have to talk with them later this week.
Look, my concern when you deal with the elections of any government in another country is not on what's the political interest for a domestic party in Canada. Our focus is on what's good for the people that we represent at home. We knew there was a range of possible outcomes with the election yesterday. Obviously, we're going to work with whichever administration Americans elect, with a focus on making sure we're meeting the needs of Canadians. So we got to stay focused on what's taking place here at home, making sure that we're advancing policies that are going to meet people's needs, and making sure that we design those policies in a way that appreciates the context of whoever our partners may be, regardless of where they may fall on the political spectrum.
What's your message to some of these industries related to home building?
Sorry, some of these
industries related to home building that maybe feel like a little bit of the uncertainty coming with the trade situation across the border,
concerns about the
volatility that's to come. What is your message to them as you're trying to get home?
They've got advocates in Canada. We have been working closely with the administration of the United States, not just over the past 4 years, but during the previous Trump administration as well, obviously with the successful conclusion of the Canada-US Mexico deal. We're going to work to advance the interests of Canadian industry, but keep in mind that international trade is not necessarily a zero-sum game. We can advance trade policy in a way that meets the needs of Canadian workers, Canadian businesses, that also creates wins for partners in other countries, including the United States. We have a deeply integrated supply chain. When we look at the Canada-US context in particular, we have come to increasingly over the past 4 years in particular rely on one another for our collective well-being. So my message to Canadian industry is that we're going to continue to do what we can to defend your interests in a way that hopefully will create prosperity and opportunity for workers on both sides of the border.
Are you hearing any concerns from home builders about potential costs down the road as you're asking them to rapidly increase their building in the near term?
So not since last night, as you can appreciate.
Lead up, I mean, to this election.
Yeah, not so much. Look, the challenges that have been raised with me with Canadian industry have been less focused on American politics and more focused on the pressing need to increase the pace of building. If anything, we actually can achieve economies of scale, particularly with new efforts to standardize certain home design plans for the national catalog. Obviously, we put measures in place to help bring those costs of constructions down, whether it's removing the GST, making more federal lands available, putting more low-cost financing on the table, and the other measures that were outlined in the housing plan. But this is a challenge that has existed outside of the context of American politics, but it's still a very real and pressing challenge. So we're going to do what we can to put tools on the table to reduce the cost of building, to try to achieve a greater pace of home building than we've seen in many decades in Canada.
Concerns about the border at all?
In what way?
Trump saying migrants into Canada.
So we always have great concerns about the integrity of the border. We want to ensure that we're doing what we can to have responsible policies. Obviously, I have some experience negotiating with Secretary Mayorkas the closure of Roxham Road, for example. But those challenges exist in different contexts under different administrations. We have to recognize that having an open trading relationship, but a strengthened border is an important part of the context in which Canada and the United States can succeed. Canadians want to ensure that we have integrity at the Canada-US border, and frankly at all of our ports of entry. But at the same time, we foster a culture culture that creates economic opportunity by embracing trade, which is, by the way, the largest and most important trading relationship that we have, and in fact, the largest anywhere globally. So we're going to continue to do what we can to maintain those cross-border relationships at the same time we protect the integrity of the border. Okay, thanks very much, everyone.
Prime Minister Justin Trudeau survived a coup attempt to remove him as Liberal Party leader, but his troubles are far from over. Now, to chat about this in more detail.
That's not what we're supposed to watch now.
Hard to put lipstick on a pig. Squiggle and squirm as you might, it is really hard to put lipstick on a pig.
Oh yeah.
Smash the like and consider subscribing.
The Honourable Member for Lennox, Hastings and Addington.
Let me be clear and call out the facts on the failures of these Liberals. The Liberals' own housing advisor said it was hard to deny that the Housing Accelerator Fund is turning out to be nothing more than a heist of tax dollars flowing from the feds to the municipalities. In contrast, the Conservative plan will apply to every single new home build, regardless if it's in downtown Toronto or in Bancroft. The Conservative plan will take power from the pens of bureaucrats to the hammers of builders. Mr. Speaker, will this government endorse the Conservative plan to scrap the GST on housing? Yes or no?
Is it any surprise that the MP for Peterborough looks at poverty as something that's caused by those on the street, that points to the poor and makes them responsible for issues of criminality? We have to deal with stigma if we're going to deal with the homelessness crisis. They're not serious.
Smash the like and consider subscribing.
The Liberals' $9 million cover-up of their luxury condo purchase in New York City is now unraveling. Newly uncovered government documents show that the Prime Minister's media pal, Tom Clark, lied before a parliamentary committee. Wow. He had previously said that he didn't weigh in on the purchase, but now we know he in fact said that it required urgent replacement. After 9 years of these NDP Liberals, they're not worth the cost, the corruption, or lies from their insiders. So will the Prime Minister fire his buddy Tom Clark for lying to Canadians?
First and foremost, we have good value for money in this transaction. $7 million will be refunded. Second, all the process were, of course, followed. And finally, we don't fall into the character assassination that he's doing about an important console.
Smash the like and consider subscribing.
Safety of all participants, including the interpreters, and conduct our business without interruption. The Minister has a short statement, I believe, emphasis on short, and then we will move to questions.
Okay, I was going to make some kind of a joke about how I'm always very short. I think there was a Flaherty line, right? He said, I'm always short and I'll try to be brief, which is the case. So, hi everyone, good afternoon. Let me start congratulating President and President.
She does it all the time. Like, I know I'm not perfect on here. Far from it. But, like, I'm not the, Deputy Prime Minister of the country. Pay attention. It's really funny to watch. She does it all the time.
Elect Trump and his team
Gross.
On a truly historic election victory. I and the Prime Minister and our colleagues are looking forward to working together with them. The Canada-US partnership is absolutely fundamental to the economies of both of our countries. And we have really effective experience working together with a number of U.S. administrations and with this specific team, and have really built some enduring relationships, I would even say friendships. So we're looking forward to continuing to work together for the prosperity and the security of people on both sides of our shared border. And I do want to say, because we live so close to the United States, I know a lot of Canadians were very absorbed in the US election. I know there are a lot of Canadians who are feeling unsettled today. And I want to say,
Chrystia Freeland is going to try to reassure Canadians because Trump got elected. And you can tell here, like, she's not faking. She believes herself. Part of the problem. Like, a liar knows they're a liar. This is a psychopath nut job right here. She believes her own lies. Look, watch. This isn't like, oh, she actually thinks that the people lost. The people voted, man, in the States. They must have come out in droves to not have that election stolen. Like, because those mofos were trying to steal it. They were going to try to steal the election. But too many Trump folk came out and voted legitimately. Couldn't be denied. And here she is, little creep Chrystia. It's going to act like it was a bad thing.
That I am absolutely confident that Canada will be prosperous, that Canadians will be safe, and that our sovereignty, our sovereign identity will be secure as we work with this newly elected U.S. administration. Alors, je voudrais commencer par féliciter le président élu Trump aux États-Unis et la campagne, les plans et ses relations gagnantes. Economy, inflation has been coming down. It was 1.6% in September, below the middle point of the Bank of Canada's target range. It has been within the Bank of Canada's target range for the past 9 months. It is now at a 3.5-year low. Interest rates have been coming down, and Canada has now been the first G7 country to lower rates the first time, the first G7 country to lower rates the second time, the first G7 country to lower rates the third time, and the first G7 country to lower rates the fourth time. This is real relief for Canadians, really, really important in people's lives. And at the same time, we have now seen wages in Canada outpace inflation for the past 20 months. My announcement today is talking about an issue that is so important for Canadians, which is our tax-free first home savings account. I think we all know that fairness for every generation is tremendously important. That a cornerstone, not just for our economy, but our society.
Whoops.
That young Canadians who want to own a home have access to that of home ownership. That the younger generation can buy a home if that's what they want to do. That owning your own home has been the center of prosperity for previous generations of Canadians, and also for a feeling of security and community. And it's really important for me that younger Canadians can do that too. That's why we set up the tax-free first home savings account. It has been as you guys know, you can contribute $40,000 towards the purchase of your first home. It is tax-free in, it is tax-free out. And I am really happy to announce that we have now hit a milestone of nearly 1 million tax-free first home savings accounts opened in Canada. It's a big deal. And to me, it's important because it means young Canadians are taking the necessary steps to buy a first home. But to me, it also speaks about confidence in their future and in their future. You have to actually act to open your tax-free first home savings account. You have to put money in it, and nearly 1 million Canadians have done that. That to me says something really, really important about Canada and about younger generations. Et évidemment, on décembre des autres mesures aussi viables, leur premier besoin. Merci beaucoup.
That Canada will be exempt from 10% tariffs. Are you taking, if we take Donald Trump at his word, it will be implemented? So what assurances do you have to Canadians that you can protect Canadian businesses from such a tariff?
I think that is a really important question. And I do take everything that President Trump says very seriously. I think we need to. That's why we have been very, very conscientious, very systematic about maintaining our relationship, maintaining our lines of communication with the Trump team. We had some very intensive times together. We had some tough moments, but at the end of it, working with President Trump and his team, we renegotiated our trade agreement with the United States, the fundamental governing deal of our trade with the U.S. The deal that we now have that governs our economic relationship with the United States is Donald Trump's deal. He signed it. He and his team negotiated it. He is proud of it, and I think he's right to be proud of it. The deal does something very new in trade deals, which is it focuses on guaranteeing a fair wage for workers. And that is something that Canada and the U.S. were able to do together because labor standards and environmental standards and wages are comparable in our two countries. That's why we were really able to negotiate a win-win agreement, one that Ambassador Lighthizer negotiated, that President Trump negotiated, and they're right to be proud of it. So that would be my first point. Well, 2 points, really. The relationship and the deal. The final thing that I'll say, which I think is really important, is President-elect Trump and his team have been very clear about their concerns when it comes to China. Their concerns about Chinese overcapacity, their concerns about the unfair competition that American workers are subject to when it comes to China because of the intentional policy of overcapacity, because it's just not a level playing field if American workers are competing with Chinese workers where the labor standards and environmental standards are entirely different. We share those concerns. And that's why it was very important for us to put in place last month a 100% tariff on Chinese EVs and a 25% tariff on Chinese steel and aluminum. That's something that Canada believes in doing, that we have done, and that means that our fundamental manufacturing industries are now fully aligned with our American partners.
As a follow-up, in the U.S., economic woes took front and center despite lower a growing economy. That's not what the electorate felt. You keep on insisting and saying to Canadians that inflation's going down, that our interest rates are going down, and that our economy's better. But if the message is not landing in the U.S., your polling here shows that it's not landing either. What are you going to do to turn that around?
Well, thank you for the question. And let me start by saying it's not me insisting about inflation and interest rates. These are faster and further in Canada than in the United States. That has been such a focus for me because I know what the pressure was of interest rates on Canadian households and Canadian businesses, particularly because of the structure of our mortgage market where people have 5-year mortgages in general. And the rates have come down. They've come down further than south of the border. That is real relief for Canadians. The same is true on inflation. Inflation has come down further and faster in Canada than in the United States. That also is real relief for Canadians. I have been really focused on it because inflation has hurt people and it hasn't come down by itself. You know, Canada has run a much tighter fiscal policy than the United States. That has contributed to inflation coming down, which has made it possible for interest rates to come down. Our deficit has been, around 1.5 in the 1.5 range. They are running deficits of more than 6%. And we are seeing the results in a macroeconomic environment that is not as rough. Interest rates down, inflation down. I started there because I think that's what really matters to Canadians. Having said that, I used to be a pundit. I'm not.
Let me put it very clearly. Christy here's a whore.
I am now an MP elected by Canadians, a minister here to serve Canadians. It's not my job to speculate on why Americans voted as they did.
She will tell you what her job is, though. It's to not answer questions and give a response to a question that is like a platform. That's what she does all the time. God, it's easier to laugh at them than be angry at them. Like, because she's not going to change. Like, I can get upset and angry at it, but it won't change her. She's going to be that way. She's a flawed human being that is unaware that Canadians hate her. Like, we hate a woman like that. Oh, it's kind of entertaining.
It is my job to wake up every morning and to work hard for Canadians. And I really do recognize that we've been through some tough times. Things are still tough for a lot of Canadians, and supporting Canadians, with really basic things right now, supporting Canadians with affordability and the cost of living, getting the economy growing more strongly. These are the things that are really important for people. These are the things we're really focused on here in Canada.
Mackenzie Gray, Global News.
Hi, Minister Freeland. Donald Trump has promised mass deportations. J.D. Vance has said it would be reasonable to expect that they could deport 1 million people a year. Is the federal government planning there will be a surge of migrants crossing from the U.S. into Canada?
So there is one issue that we're going to have to face, like here in Canada right away, which, again, I'm a fan of Trump. I'm glad he won that election. But there are going to be a bunch of immigrants just running across our borders, like getting put up in like chalets and luxury condos and stuff like that. Criminal, some of them will be, not all of them, some of them will be legitimate people just trying to improve their lives, but a lot will be criminals. Let's see how she handles this answer.
Thanks for the question, Mackenzie.
She ain't got
and
no
again,
answer.
What Americans choose to do, what America's incoming elected administration chooses to do in the United States is a decision for Americans and American leaders. The decision for Canadians and what's important for Canadians is to control our own border. And that is something that's really important. It's fundamental. And I do want to assure Canadians that we absolutely recognize.
Don't worry about it, guys. Chrystia Freeland is assuring Canadians. Don't worry about it, man. No problem. Chrystia right there. That Nazi skank is assuring you it's going to be okay. She's on the board of the WEF. Like, she's on the board. There. Look at her on pause. Look at her. She's gonna screw us all.
Recognize the importance of border security and of controlling our own border, of controlling who comes into Canada and who doesn't, and we will do that.
The RCMP has said that folks in Quebec could see, with a Trump win, more people crossing. And just to ask again, is there a plan in place, or are you expecting that more people will be crossing from the U.S. to come to Canada to avoid being deported?
What I am expecting is that Canadians expect us to control our border. Canadians quite rightly believe that it needs to be a decision of Canada and Canadians who comes to our country and who doesn't. And that is something that we absolutely have a plan to ensure.
Ryan Tumilty, Toronto Star.
Yeah. So far this morning, from your colleagues, from you during this press conference on the subject of the Trump tariffs, you've emphasized the past relationship, you've emphasized the past trade deal, but these seem like a real threat to Canada's economy. He's talking about 10 to 20% tariffs. Presumably he was aware that the renegotiated NAFTA exists when he was talking about them. So I'm just wondering, is your government's plan just to rely on old relationships, or do you have something more aggressive in plan to make sure that the Canadian economy isn't hit with what would be crippling tariffs?
Great question. And we absolutely do have a plan. Having relationships is...
We're going to invest in Canadians. That's the plan. Look at her. She's gross, guys. Look at that face. You know she's up to something evil.
Valuable, and we have old relationships, and we are building new relationships. And we absolutely have a plan to ensure that Canada not only is okay with this new U.S. administration, but that we absolutely thrive. And that plan is going to be built on three things. One, having the relationships. That is important. Two, the economic fundamentals. At the end of the day, the reason that we were successful in getting a win-win outcome in the NAFTA negotiations was because the Canada-US economic relationship is beneficial to both parties. The fact is, Canada is different from the rest of the world when it comes to the US. We are the single biggest export market for the US, bigger than China, Japan, and the UK combined. That means that gives us leverage. That gives us some real power in that relationship. It is also the case that our relationship with the United States is uniquely mutually beneficial. We build things together, and Canadian workers do not undercut U.S. workers. We have similar labor and environmental standards, and we are both high-wage countries. These fundamentals.
One of the funniest things about Melanie Joly is that she has this tactic where she calls people by their first name to try to like bring some kind of familiarity or friendship or something. Michael, Larry, Michael. Oh, she does it all the time. All the time. To reporters, to other politicians, to the opposition, whoever she needs something from.
So, before you interrupt me, because I know, Michael, that's a strategy you use, I really think that there are three things. First, I think that, Canadians are getting good value for money because there will be $7 million in Canadian taxpayers' savings. Second, the process was respected at all times. And thirdly, I profoundly believe that more than ever, as we're going...
Smash the like and consider some...
I don't think that the member opposite should be making any insinuations about what we do and do not care about.
Of the hate crimes in this country.
That is out of order, and that is definitely not accurate. I am the chair. You will have to respect me or leave, number one.
You have absolutely no standing and no privilege to exclude a member and ask them to leave. She is duly elected, and you do not possess the powers to force her to leave this committee.
I'm going to continue because I couldn't get a point out before you called irrelevance on me, Madam Chair. And I know that you may not like the facts of the matter, but that doesn't mean that you can censor a member and in any way ask a member of the House of Commons to leave a committee. I think that's out of line, and I'm going to put that on the record.
We're heading down to Salmon River just to make a couple of intros. Look way up. Hey gang, what's up? Just Aaron right here, Canadian Looney, coming to you from the meandering Salmon River. We've got these structures here that were built to cross the bridge for the railroad. They never finished the railroad though. Kept Guysborough off the map. Anyhow, let's get into the politics. We're going back to a committee meeting that is being chaired by the most incompetent chair, Lena Diab. This old bag is from West Halifax and totally incompetent, can't run the meeting. Conservatives are just trying to get answers, and when you can't get answers, send in Larry Brock, Michelle Ferrari, Melissa Lanceman, fighting the good fight, trying to get answers for Canadians. It's a tough deal. What are you going to do? Let's get into the video. Check this out. Canadians need to see it to actually, and this is a long video, but it has to be so you see it in context. The Liberal playbook is on full display, covering up for Trudeau's, his dirty WEF agenda. Anyways, let's get into this. Let's take a peek at the video.
Miss Ferrari.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And listen, again, I'm going to take people back to the summer. July 31st, 2024, Status of Women Committee sat. And there's a real overlap right now in terms of what's happening in Status of Women and the justice failures in this country. Because an emergency meeting was called in July. So for people who don't know, committees don't sit in the summer, but this emergency meeting was called because Stats Can released these shocking statistics. Again, right at 2015, when Justin Trudeau came into power, all we've seen is this rapid increase of crime across this country. Total sexual assaults up 75%.
Okay, guys, I know it's a big deal to everybody. I drive a 2013 Mazda 3. It's bought and paid for. It runs well. It's inspected. I do need to get the winter tires on, but it's not a neon. And for some reason, somebody asked me the other day, they said, is it a neon? And I was like, no. Like I felt ashamed. Like if it wasn't, I don't care. I'll drive a bicycle. Like it's Mazda 3. It's paid for. I can buy the next car now, but why would I? Like
5%. Sexual violations against children, which is pertinent to this study of Bill 270, is up 119%. Forcible confinement or kidnapping is
Point of
up
order.
11%.
I guess I was going to say point of relevance before you say your. What is the relevance of that to asking for the extension for 30 days to reiterate one last time, because I will not do it again. I've done it on and on. If we don't have an extension, the bill cannot proceed to be studied at all. Point final. That's it. Do we want to study the bill or do we not?
Yeah.
As the chair, I am asking the committee and you can vote on it. You either want to study it or you don't.
So, Madam Chair, I am very relevant, and that is exactly what I've been trying to say. 100% we want to study the failed justice in this country. 100% we want to do that. So why am I talking about what happened in July 31st, 2024? Because the exact same thing is happening in this Justice Committee. We brought forward survivors and victims, which is exactly what we want to do. So that the Liberals have gotten hung up on one witness rather than the meat and potatoes of this actual bill.
Point of order.
Mr. McGregor, yes.
Sorry, Madam Chair, and I hate interrupting someone, but I need to call relevance. The question before the committee right now is whether we agree to a 30-day extension or not. All arguments and comments should be in support of that. We should not be talking about what other committees did during the summer. I've got great tales about what the Public Safety Committee did during the summer too. But the point...
Mr. McGregor, get out of here. You're such a pansy.
Before the committee right now is whether we agree to a 30-day extension on Bill C-270. Madam Chair, I would ask that you enforce relevance because I want to see commentary specifically for or against that particular point.
Point of order.
And again, you don't have to agree on the extension. We can simply vote on it and move on.
Point of order.
Mr. Brock.
It's not incumbent on any member of this committee to opine on relevance, as my friend, my colleague, Ms. Ferrari, is just starting her intervention. There's no time limit. There's no document that specifies that relevant points must be immediately addressed by a member, or they can only speak for a limited amount of time, and a percentage of that all has to be on relevant points. There's always a degree of latitude exercised by chairs of all committees, and in my view, because majority of us are all lawyers, relevance is very subjective. It's not an objective term. And I'm sure at some point in time, Ms. Ferrari, if she is given the opportunity for a fulsome intervention without unnecessary points of order, will loop it around to relevant issues germane to Mr. Maloney's motion. Thank you.
You're welcome. And I guess because we have all practiced law for some period or another, the judge also has the ability to determine whether it's relevant or not. And I know that is not relevant. So, Ms. Ferrari, either speak on the 30-day or please cease to speak on that so I can give it to another member, because we need to get back to relevance.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Mr. Can you turn your name around?
Nader.
Mr. Nader, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
How do you not know Mr. Nader? Yeah.
It's okay. I've only been here 9 years. It's all good. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I am temporary substitute to this committee. I just want to point out that you did mention that we've all practiced law. Just want to clarify, I have not practiced law. I'm not a lawyer. I come from a political science background, so I just wanted to clarify for the record that I'm not a lawyer. Have not been called to the bar. Do not practice law. I just want to make sure that's clarified for the record, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the clarification. I remember the first couple of years we were on this committee, there were a number of members clarifying things with that. So thank you. And welcome as a substitute. All right. So where do we go back to? Ms. Ferreri, go ahead. Are you a lawyer, by the way?
I also am not a lawyer.
Okay, so I'll give you a little bit leeway then, but a little bit doesn't mean a lot.
Okay. No, I would love to be a lawyer. Listen, it's interesting they don't want this brought up. And it's obvious they don't want it brought up because it's the same thing and it is very relevant to what we're going to talk about. And since I have the floor, I'll bring it up. The NDP and the Liberals don't want to talk about what happened in July because it was an absolute disgrace to victims and survivors. And this bill is about victims and survivors. And so, of course, we want to study this bill. So what happened? Well, the same thing that's happening right now. We called an emergency meeting to talk about these stats, and a Liberal member of Parliament hijacked survivors and victims with a motion on abortion. It was the most disgusting, appalling thing we've ever seen. We had the victims and survivors and their parents in tears, screaming, yelling, leaving. The Liberal member threatening on camera, saying, I will bring up an abortion motion every single time just so we don't have to talk about the failures of Justin Trudeau and what he's done of crime in this country. And that's the reality. And why is that relevant? Because it doesn't matter if the sponsor of the bill comes to testify. What matters is that we have experts and victims and survivors to come to this committee in justice to testify about these stats. This is not made up, Madam Speaker. And this is the Committee of Justice. Nobody at home cares about who said what, when, and how. They care about changing the law to protect children in particular, our most vulnerable, and women. And we have an epidemic in this country under this Prime Minister who is a blatant fake feminist. So what the Liberals are doing here is they're stuck on one piece of this conversation. They're stuck that they want one witness to testify, and that has nothing to do with the meat and potatoes.
Point of order. Now we are off topic because the very
Mr.
simple
Maloney.
point of this motion.
Screw this, guys. I'm going to interject. Like, this is MP Maloney, who is a piece of oh my God, he's a disaster, folks. Like, he's truly disgusting. He's gonna act like he's tough or hard or something. I'd smack that bitch's face, boom, slap in the face. He'd have no clue what to do. Not a clue how to react. He'd be like, oh, you can't. He's not a man. He's something else.
Is to get an extension of time so we can discuss it. Once we get that extension, then we can talk about who the witnesses are. We can get back to the issue about Mr. Vierson's apparent refusal to come here, and we can debate the merits and why he doesn't want to do that. If you are so interested, if they are so interested in getting to the study and doing it,
James Maloney, you're an asshole.
then end the debate now, vote yes, and we can get back to the topic that we should be talking about, which is the anti-Semitism study.
If there is no extension, we are not going to be able to get witnesses.
He presses a button like really hard, and we're supposed to think he's tough. Like, it's easy to tap a table or something. Every time the Liberals reveal one more of their cult caucus members, they're more hateful than the last one. Like, for example, most people don't even know who this bitch Diab is, but here we go, I'm showing you. And she's a chair of the Justice Committee. She's the chair of the Justice Committee. Again, I've been watching the politics, guys. I'm starting to catch on and get oriented. Like, then we have this phony jabroni Maloney taking some kind of stand, acting like he's some kind of hard, smart lawyer when he's just a butt plug, rainbow, woke bullshit motherfucker. Like, I'm sick of these liberals, guys. Because they keep conning.
We have no time.
The good people.
Are you not listening? Do we have to show the calendar again? We're out of time. We need to extend in order to bring witnesses. Whether it's Mr. Viersen or not is a separate issue. We don't have any more time.
Absolutely, I'm listening, and I would throw that back to you, Madam Chair, too, and to the members of this committee. That is the whole. This has become in cloaked. What they've done is they've put forward a motion that is cloaked. What they're really looking for is the sponsor of the bill to testify. That it's blatant. It's on Twitter, and that's fine. But they're not acknowledging the survivors and victims, which they have done repeatedly in other committees. That is what I'm trying to convey to you. And it comes back to the anti-Semitism, it comes back to the rise in crime, it comes back to all of the same things over and over and over again. You have a prime minister who tells one group of MPs to say one thing, another group of MPs to say another thing. He himself goes and tells people one thing to one room and another thing to another room, all while public safety and crime runs rampant in this country. So I will wrap it up there, but I think it is important that folks at home recognize how much they don't want to speak about what their tried, true, and tested tactic is, which my colleague, Mr. Brock, has brought up multiple times. They just want to deflect and turn it because the economy is failing. Food bank usage is at the highest in history. Kids are using food banks at record numbers. Housing has doubled. Public safety is
Point
gone.
of order.
Opioid addiction
now we're
is gone.
talking about
And
things
now
that aren't
Point of
even
order,
vaguely,
Mr. Maloney.
vaguely relevant.
Their failed record. And I'm done,
Mr.
Madam
Malone,
Chair.
thank you.
The issues that are relevant to this committee, not your ramblings.
Those are all relevant to the committee, Mr. Maloney. Every one of them. Yes, housing, because guess what happens when you don't have a house? You go commit crime because you're in poverty. That's how it works.
Okay, well, thank you. Yes, Mr. Bruson. I think
How these crooked liberals always fall back to woke tactic bullshit.
Really is done. She said she's finished.
I think it's really important that we clarify that the unhoused are not necessarily people who commit crimes. Like, I do not think that we should speak that way about people who are unhoused.
Point of order, Madam Chair. For the record, if that member would like to go watch Status of Women committee yesterday, where we're studying intimate partner violence, which directly impacts this, there is a direct correlation to people who are not making enough money, and under this Justin Trudeau government, they are using food banks at record numbers. They can't access housing,
Madam
and crime
Chair,
and intimate partner violence.
This has absolutely nothing to do with what we are studying. Just a minute. Ms. Lansman.
Madam Chair, I am, like many other people, were sitting in my office wondering when this study on anti-Semitism would come forward, because it's supposed today that they were going to that this committee was going to look at the report. It's a study that I had sat in on for multiple meetings. It's a study that many Canadians came here to this committee to talk about, and since then. Since that study on anti-Semitism, we've seen gunshots into schools in this country. We've seen fire bombings into businesses. We've seen Stats Canada reports that say that 70% of the hate crimes in this country are targeted at less than 2% of the population. And right now, what people watching at home see is that...
Madame la Présidente, en quoi?
Madam Chair,
Every liberal that's in this is disgusting.
how is that tied to the motion we have on the table? We're asking for a 30-day extension. Not that Mr. Viersen necessarily be the first person to appear, but that we go through the list of witnesses, and so that we'll be able to study it.
Interrupt a conversation about the anti-Semitism study that you're supposed to be having in committee, calling relevance on it? That's worse than this government's inaction on anti-Semitism. Are you actually serious?
Come on now. This is not how we run our committee.
I've
Mr.
actually not
Housefather?
only sat in the meetings, I've actually been sitting in on the report, which that member has not been doing. We're waiting.
Anthony Housefeather, Housesucker, whatever his name is, He's a big-nosed doofus with nothing to say. He sold out his own people a couple of times.
Meaning to do that report. We're all here to do that report. It's you guys that are filibustering and stopping us from dealing with the anti-Semitism report. You should be ashamed.
Madam Chair, this is debate.
We'd had this report done.
You voted against his motion.
He has
You
no
voted in
motion.
favor of his motion to delay the report.
You're filibustering a discussion to have a study that is your own private
Madam Chair, this is my speaking time.
Okay, let's get back to order. Let's be clear here. There was one motion that was put, which every member voted for.
Let me make this very clear. God damn.
And then we moved on to a second
Repeatable.
motion to extend for 30 days to bring witnesses in. And all I hear is language and talk about other things that may or may not be relevant. So, Ms. Lansman, the floor is to you, but I know you just came in, so it's 12:37 here in Ottawa. I know you haven't been here for the first
I've been
hour and a
watching,
half.
you can watch this online.
You
and
can.
And that's
Yeah.
what I was doing in my office. And that's why I came here to speak to this, because I was expecting the committee to study an anti-Semitism report, just like everybody else who is watching this committee today, just like those witnesses that came here to testify, and just like the members opposite who are pretending that they want to actually, for once, take anti-Semitism seriously in this country. 70% of the hate crimes in this country.
That is out of order, and that is definitely not accurate. I am the chair. You will have to respect me or leave. Number one.
What in the hell is she talking about? You've got to respect me or leave? This is the woke shit, guys. Again, I'm sorry, I'm beside myself tonight, but like, this Diab, who is a representative of Nova Scotia, which I find rather embarrassing to see this screwed up bitch, like, as chair of the Justice Committee, shooting off her mouth with no goddamn clue. You will respect me or leave? That is the woke movement. Like, and she deserves no respect. She's an old bag, like a waste of water and, I guess, human flesh. She is a you will respect me or leave?
One.
A waste of time and blood and skin. Old bag. I don't know what her issue is, but she certainly shouldn't be a chair of an important committee like this one.
Two, I have been here. I have listened since May, when all the witnesses have come on both studies. I have taken it in. All the emotions that have come from the witnesses, from staff, from members, and I'm still standing here. So I deserve the respect as the chair. These are not easy studies, and we would like to conclude them. I agree with you, and I agree with...
What in the hell? Like, me. She thinks she's done something good. Like, oh, it's frustrating to watch this bitch ramble. Like,
with all of you. So I am asking for you to all see a way to do that. If you would like to take a 5-minute break, I have no problem to do that if you think we can come to a conclusion.
Point of order.
Mr. Brock.
Madam Chair, I wholly respect your authority.
Barry Brock is a man on fire.
With respect to this committee, but you have absolutely no standing and no privilege to exclude a member and ask them to leave. She is duly elected, and you do not possess the powers to force her to leave this committee.
Point well taken, thank you. But I also expect every member to respect the position of the chair.
And likewise, I ask the chair to exercise neutrality.
Larry does a pretty good job here of trying to bring this nut back to earth, like, and deal with like civilians, but he should have went harder.
As chairs are expected to do, notwithstanding your affiliation to the Liberal Party of Canada, and allow members latitude to get their point across without unnecessary interruptions.
Point of order, Madam Chair. Look, the suggestion that the chair has in any way been impartial at any point during today's meeting or any of these proceedings is factually incorrect, Mr. Brock. And I think that other members of this committee will agree with me on that point too. So to bring partisan politics into an accusation against a chair like that is completely unfounded.
They're disgusting. Mark Maloney, you're full of it, man. Phony, baloney, jabroni. You're an idiot.
That's exactly.
I was reminding her.
So listen, I appreciate that, Mr. Maloney. I really do. And I appreciate Mr. Brock, but he wasn't, and if he was, it would be ridiculous based on how I act in this committee or any other committee. So let's move on. I'm okay with it now. Ms. Lanceman, I'll give you back the floor, but please try and be relevant.
I'm going to continue because I couldn't get a point out before you called irrelevance on me, Madam Chair. And I know that you may not like the facts of the matter, but that doesn't mean that you can censor a member and in any way ask a member of the House of Commons to leave a committee. I think that's out of line, and I'm going to put that on the record. All of that to say is that we were going to get to a study on anti-Semitism, where members of this committee heard from witnesses from across the country, and I'll make my point again because I was interrupted a number of times, and since that study, we have only seen this issue get worse in this country. So it is astounding to me that members of this committee who were part of that study, who purport to take this issue seriously, don't want to get to this study. So as such, and to prove that, first of all, I don't have to prove that the issue has gotten worse in this country because it has. All you have to do is look at the encampments on university campuses, the shootings in cities.
I call this meeting to order. This is meeting number 41 of the...
I have a motion to prove to everybody at home that this committee is blocking the study of the anti-Semitism.
We have a motion already on the table.
And I have a motion, and I'm allowed to put a motion down, Madam Chair.
Wait now, just give me a minute. Confer, just give me a minute. You cannot put a motion on the floor if we have a motion already.
Oh. I will then ask for unanimous consent to move that the committee proceed to the consideration of the draft report on anti-Semitism and additional measures that could be taken to address the valid fears that are being expressed by Canada's Jewish community, and ones that have been expressed by Canada's Jewish community since that. So I'll ask for unanimous consent to move to this motion to show everybody at home that this party is not serious about this issue, that this government hasn't taken this issue seriously.
I'm going to suspend for a few minutes to get clarification as to whether you're even allowed to do that. So suspend a few minutes.
So we'll wrap up the video right there, guys. Very frustrating to see the Liberal playbook being used, all their dirty tactics. They don't want answers. They want to delay every investigation so it doesn't come out how they've sabotaged purposefully our country. This isn't a mistake. They're not dumb. They're trying to put their agenda together, which is to screw over Canadians, ruin our futures. That is it. My name's Aaron. This is
Justice and Human Rights. And because there are so many members that are in the room today, I'll just go over quickly our hybrid rules. So pursuant to the House Order of January 25th, 2021, members attending in person in the room and remotely in the Zoom application The proceedings of today will be made available via the House of Commons website. So you are aware, the webcast will always show the person that is speaking rather than the entirety of the committee. And given the ongoing pandemic situation and in light of the recommendations from health authorities, as well as the directive of the Board of Internal Economy on January 28, 2021, to health safe, all those attending the meeting in person are to remain 2 meters physically distanced. So please make sure you're doing that. And you must wear a non-medical mask when circulating in the room. It's highly recommended that the mask be worn at all times, including when seated. You must remain proper hand hygiene by using the provided hand sanitizer at the room entrance. As the chair, I'll be enforcing these measures for the duration of the meeting, and I thank members in advance for their cooperation. To ensure an orderly meeting, we'll outline a few rules. Interpretation services for members are available for this meeting. You have the choice at the bottom of your screen with the globe icon.
Sanitize your hands. Khalid's rule right there. Like, this stupid man. I've got a potty mouth by nature. Like, I don't swear on here very much, but god damn, like, these guys make it very challenging not to swear at them. Like, oh, Khalid. Imagine now she's pretending to be the chair of this committee. Let's see how this goes.
To select either English or French. This is the language that you would like to listen to. You can speak in any language and interpretation will follow suit. Just make sure that when you're speaking slowly and clearly so that translation is not an issue. And for members that are participating in person, proceed as you normally would with your mic at your desk. Before speaking, please wait until I recognize you by name. If you are on the video conference, please click on the microphone icon and unmute yourself. Those in the room, your microphone will be controlled as normal by the proceedings and verification officer. When you're not speaking, your microphone should be on mute. A reminder that all comments by members and witnesses should be addressed through the chair. And with respect to the speaking list, Mr. Clerk and I will do our best to maintain it. And I have, well, I have to look for it, but I have a time card for members. I have a 1 minute and a 30-second to help you keep track of your time as our witnesses are making opening remarks and as members proceed with their questions. And just before we get right into the weeds, I'll just welcome Mr. McGregor back to our committee meeting. He'll be replacing Mr. Garrison today. Welcome, Mr. McGregor. So at this time, I will invite the Right Honourable Kim Campbell and the Honourable David Lametti, who are both here to speak specifically about the nomination process of the Honourable Mahmoud Jamal to the Supreme Court of Canada. And I'll just note for members, House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition states on page 1078, there are no specific rules governing the nature of questions which may be put to witnesses appearing before committees beyond the general requirement of relevance to the issue that is before the committee, and that is the Supreme Court nomination. So with that, I welcome our first speaker of the day, the Honourable David Lametti. Please go ahead. You'll have 7.5 minutes to make your remarks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Bonjour, honorable collègues. Good morning. D'abord, j'aimerais reconnaître.
To begin with, I would like to recognize that I am on the traditional territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe people here in Ottawa.
The members of the committee, as well as the chair, for convening this special session. As always, your contribution in helping to shape the character of one of Canada's most important and enduring institutions is deeply valued. Et j'aimerais aussi, tout d'abord,
and I would also like to recognize and thank the Right Honourable Kim Campbell for her presence here with us here this morning, and also for the work that she has carried out during the process that I will be touching on later.
Canada is a place close to my heart. It is a place where years ago I began my own legal career as a law clerk to a cherished mentor and friend, the late Honourable Peter de Carteret-Corey. His example serves to remind me that our great public institutions depend on the dedication and integrity of those who occupy them. It is my privilege today to speak in support of the Honourable Mahmoud Jamal, a nominee who I am confident will honour the highest ideals of the Supreme Court and help guide the evolution of Canada's laws with wisdom, fairness, humility, and a deep understanding of the society he serves. I offer my heartfelt congratulations to Justice Jamal, and I look forward to his appearance before parliamentarians this afternoon. I would also be remiss not to take this opportunity to acknowledge the lifetime of contribution and service to Canada and to the rule of law of Justice Jamal's predecessor, the Honourable Rosie Silberman Abella. Justice Abella is a trailblazer and a jurist of remarkable intellect and character, and she has left an indelible mark on Canada's legal landscape. She will be deeply missed on our highest court, but I have no doubt that she will continue to make important contributions to our public life in other roles. Le juge Jamal est la quatrième.
Justice Jamal will be the fourth person appointed to the Supreme Court of Canada by Prime Minister Trudeau in the framework of the modernized selection process, which the government brought into effect in 2007. This procedure prioritizes position had 10 weeks to submit their
as the Independent Advisory Board is to try and increase the number of candidates. And that is a bit harder than it sounds, because very often people of distinction at the bar or jurists don't like to be seen, they're very Canadian. They don't like to be seen to be putting themselves forward. So right from the very first process, the 4 processes ago, we worked very hard to try and encourage people who recognize colleagues as being outstanding candidates to encourage them to apply. And the system that I developed was that when we got a recommendation, we often would get a recommendation from a judge or from a member of the bar. One recommendation that came from a student at the McGill Law School. So anyone who's interested in the court can certainly communicate. What we do then is, or I write a letter to the person who's been nominated, and I say, your name has been forwarded to us as an outstanding candidate for the vacancy on the Supreme Court of Canada. Please review these materials, and if it interests you, we warmly encourage you to apply. And what this means is that for many people who are otherwise a bit shy about seeming to put themselves forward, they can say, well, I was asked to apply, and certainly they were. So I think that is one of the challenges, but also we have a very long list of organizations of lawyers and jurists across the country that we contact every time there's a vacancy, and we ask them to circulate to their own members and to identify members in their own organizations who would make good candidates for the Supreme Court of Canada. Because again, there are very often groups of people who don't necessarily see themselves reflected in the current cast of characters and don't the Prime Minister's perspective, the greater the diversity on the court, the greater it is for Canada. So people who are from underrepresented groups are certainly encouraged to consider themselves to apply. So that is our purpose, is to try and maximize the number of candidates. But even so, for many people, perhaps less the case in Ontario, but for many people, going to the Supreme Court of Canada is a huge decision because, as you know, you have to relocate to the National Capital Region. It creates a much narrower life in the sense that you have to maintain your independence. And so it's very important for the judges that they be able to create a community to provide support. And not all judges find it equally congenial when they go. And so it's a big personal sacrifice for many to uproot themselves. And many have reservations about it. And I think I mentioned the last time I spoke to you that there is now a considerable number, including the former Chief Justice, a considerable number of retired Supreme Court of Canada justices. And I think it would be very valuable if they would make a point of having roundtables, discussions across the country with members of the bar and the judiciary to talk about what life is like on the court, both to encourage people to apply, but also to create realistic expectations, because it is a unique,
Just saying.
a unique judicial appointment. So for those who come from Ontario and who live not far from Ottawa or the National Capital Region, and or for that matter, Montreal, it is perhaps less daunting. But certainly, when we were doing the Western position, there were some judges or some candidates from British Columbia, for example, who were outstanding and bilingual in the works. And we sort of had the sense that they hoped we wouldn't nominate them because it would be such a challenge for them. And of course, nowadays, professionals tend to have spouses who are also professionals, whether it's wives with husbands or husbands with wives. So I think it is important to acknowledge what a commitment it is for someone to agree to sit on the Supreme Court of Canada. So one of the first things we do as a committee is we meet with the Chief Justice to discuss all of these things, to get his and previously her reflection on what the court needs, but also some of the aspects of the work of a Supreme Court of Canada justice that could help us identify those candidates who would be able to make the best contributions. The other thing that I would say, and some of you will have heard me say this before, I'm very, gratified to be recognized as the chair of this committee, but it really is a committee of 7 people. And my role as the chair was to make sure that each member of the committee could make a contribution. And as you know, we have 4 representatives of legal organizations, as the minister has mentioned, but there are always 2 members of the community who are not lawyers. And I cannot say enough about how excellent their contribution is in all 4 of the procedures that I've been involved in. The non-lawyers were incredibly astute and very thoughtful and often raised very interesting points of view that enriched our discussions. And I think there would be unanimous agreement that that formula of ensuring that it isn't just lawyers talking to lawyers, but that there are people who have not been involved in the legal profession, but who are very engaged as citizens, that they often are quite astute at understanding what is at stake and how important it is. So in the process of the operation of the committee, when we start our work, when all of the applications are in, the materials are circulated on. This year we had to work virtually, so the materials were circulated just on our secure tablets. We didn't have the written versions that we used to have. And I will say that I did miss the personal contact that we had when we worked in Ottawa, that the opportunity to have meals together and fatten ourselves up with, cupcakes and chat, we missed that. But the members were all incredibly supportive and responsive to trying to create a sense of community. But one of the things that's always been important to me is to avoid any suggestion of groupthink or pressure or one person having more influence on another. Happily, they're all pretty independent people, so that's not so hard to do. But what I do try to do is to make sure that they review the materials independently. Then we come together and do our first go round of sort of yes, no, maybe, to see where there's consensus and where there isn't. So the whole process is designed to try and make sure that 7 people work hard to try and achieve the consensus necessary to create a shortlist, but do so with each one feeling free to express fully their views and attitudes. I'll just conclude because I've had my warning sign, but to say, and I'm happy to answer all of your questions, but to say that the candidates are really outstanding. It's not only is it a hard job to be on the Supreme Court of Canada, but it's a bit of an effort to apply to be considered for the Supreme Court of Canada. It's a long and difficult questionnaire, and it requires all sorts of issues to be discussed, the assembly of references. But it's always been, in the 4 times that I've been involved, a very encouraging process to see the quality of people, some of them who are still maybe a bit junior, but with full of promise. And there's not been a single application that we felt was delusional or whatever. On the contrary, what we do is we try to compare a peer group, and we try to compare them to the outstanding members of the current court. But we really do have an enormous amount of talent, and diverse talent, and interestingly enough, bilingual talent among the members of the legal profession in the country. So I'll stop here because I think you may want to have questions, but I just want to say that from my perspective, and this is the 4th time I've spoken to you about it, I thought the process went well. I felt that it was inspiring, but also challenging for the members who worked very hard to try. As I say, our goal has always been to give the Prime Minister a short list of from 3 to 5 candidates that will keep him up at night trying to figure out which of these outstanding people to name to the court.
All right, guys, we're getting rid of Kim Campbell. Like, how long did that lady last? Like, 2 months? Like, she was the first female Prime Minister of Canada. But did it last 2 months? Maybe 3. Didn't last a long time. Let's get into this one. Yep. Oh, what a day. What a day for a walk. Let's go for one. We're going to discuss the carbon tax. Hey, I'm Aaron, Canadian Looney. Let's discuss the carbon tax.
Here's a news flash for the Conservative leader. Climate change costs money. And what would cost the most money to Canadians at all is his do-nothing climate plan. That's right. News flash. When the Toronto subway gets flooded, it costs money. News flash. When forest fires hit communities across this country, it costs Canadians money to rebuild. When you have droughts that hit farmers and agriculturists across this country, it costs money. What doesn't cost money is putting money in 8 out of 10 of the money of Canadians' pockets with the Canada carbon rebate.
What? Trudeau is such a jackass. Like, I think he finds his own screw-ups funny. Like, guys, this punk is out of control. Watch him.
To support their families and fight climate change.
Again this morning, the Parliamentary Budget Officer was in committee saying that 8 out of 10 Canadian families where carbon pricing applies get more money than what they pay in pricing, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, the Conservative Party of Canada continues to spew lies and disinformation on this issue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the price on pollution and the Canada carbon rebate are an affordability measure. 8 out of 10 Canadians get more money back than they pay in the price on pollution, and the price on pollution is also an effective and efficient way to fight climate change.
Yeah. 8 out of 10 families get more money back from the carbon tax, if you say so. I've got information that shows that Trudeau and his cabinet have been lying to your face about this. The new report given by the budget officer, who tells them what is really going on, says that 6 out of 10 families are worse off in general. This was in committee, and since that testimony, Trudeau, Guilbeault, a whole bunch of the cabinet ministers, Wilkinson, it's gross, lying straight to Canadians, saying that 8 out of 10, and they know that's not true anymore. They know it's not. Like, that's what the budget officer said. Let's take a look at all of these pieces and show you that they're lying right to you. And they know they're lying. Not all the ministers do it. There's only a few that still do. But they keep trying to, well, not fool people, because they're lying. They're just lying to people. That's different than fooling someone. Gosh. Let's take a look at the clips. Let's get into it. Everyone has an opinion about Canadian federal politics.
Oh, yeah.
We'll start here with MP Lawrence. He's in committee with the Canadian Budget Officer, and this is what the Budget Officer had to say once MP Lawrence got him to answer the questions, which is always difficult to do with all of these witnesses in committee. Lawrence takes them there, though. Listen to this.
Thank you very much. And I must admit, I'm a little exhausted, as I would assume you're so even more, Minister Drew, about litigating the carbon tax. So, like, I'm not here to play games. I'm just gonna say this like it is. So, if you just take the fiscal impact, it's 8 out of 10 Canadians are better, and they can quote me and they can put that on there. But the reality is, the truth of that is that once you include the economic impact, 6 out of 10 Canadians are worse off. Is that not correct, Mr. Drew?
When we include the economic impact of the fuel charge and the output-based pricing system, it's true that the majority of households are worse off, and we are in the process of updating our analysis to try to isolate the fuel charge, the impact of the fuel charge itself.
Yeah, so when economic and fiscal impacts are combined, as you said, the majority of Canadians are worse off. That's correct. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Drew. And one last thing on the carbon tax, and then I promise I'll move forward. But the government's own report appears to validate your conclusion. Is that correct?
That is our understanding, because they arrived at an estimate of a negative 0.9%, rounded to 1% of GDP when including the fuel charge and the output-based pricing system, where we had 1.3% in 2030. So that's in the ballpark, and that's very close for that type of analysis.
Yeah, and
Mr. Halan, go ahead, please. My question is just a clarification. Today's date, when we have all of your analysis done, this secret data that the government was hiding for $25 billion impact on the climate, on the economy, but because of conservatives' pressure, they finally released that it was a $25 billion hit to the Canadian economy and workers at the end of the day. I just wanted to get one clear answer that, given all the data, all the secret information that has been finally released, your final conclusion, according to you, still stands, which your final conclusion was that, given all the fiscal and economic impacts of the carbon tax scam, a majority of Canadian households are worse off. Can I just get you to confirm that one more time?
The fuel charge and the output-based pricing system, when both are included, yes, that still stands. But
perfect.
That's it.
Thank you very much. And there is no rebate on this carbon tax too, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So what we can conclude is that when you factor in carbon tax scam 1 and 2, the overall analysis is that a majority of households in Canada will be worse off, correct?
That's correct.
That's correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
I believe that there can be some interactions with the provincial regulatory standards as well, so it may not be.
But the overall impact would be negative. Yeah. Can I just get a clear answer on that?
Sorry, I don't recall. I believe in our report we showed what the.
Mr. Drew, you said yes. I just wanted to confirm that overall.
It's very likely yes.
It's very likely yes. Thank you very much. How much time do I have left?
What a great day to be making a video, guys. So there's Lawrence getting the budget officer to say that more families are worse off in general. Not that 8 out of 10 are getting more money back. What an obnoxious statistic to try to dupe people with. But now you'll see Trudeau. I'm going to have the dates in these videos when he's like saying that 8 out of 10 families, he knows that's not true. He's lying right to you. And he doesn't do it just once. If he's going to lie to you about that, what else is he going to lie to you about, right? Like, if a person is a liar, they're a liar. Trudeau is a liar. Let's take a look. He does it a few times just in this one question period. There's many examples.
Almost a decade
after that NDP Liberal Prime Minister has been in what he calls the big chair. Canada's GDP per capita is actually down, while the American one is up 19%. His carbon taxes are strangling growth. How could the solution possibly be to quadruple the tax to 61 cents a litre and send more jobs and businesses south?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
We know the Leader of the Opposition doesn't believe in climate change and doesn't believe in putting more money in the pockets of Canadians with the Canada carbon rebate. How many wildfires, hurricanes, droughts are going to go after Canadians' lives and livelihoods before he understands you can't have a plan for the economy unless you have a plan for the environment?
All to pay the Prime Minister's greedy quadrupling carbon tax. Why won't he get his hands out of the pockets of the provinces and allow our premiers to fund health care?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
The Canada carbon rebate puts more money in the pockets of 8 out of 10 Canadian families right across the country while it fights climate change, while it creates growth. Mr. Speaker, fighting climate change is about building a better future for Canadians. This summer alone, insurers are estimating that $7.7 billion in losses are being covered for that. That is something that we have to step up on right now. And the Conservative leader, who doesn't even believe climate change is real, wants to do absolutely nothing about it. That's not good for Canadians. That's not good for our economy.
Your final conclusion, according to you, still stands, which your final conclusion was that given all the fiscal and economic impacts of the carbon tax scam, a majority of Canadian households are worse off. Can I just get you to confirm that one more time?
The fuel charge and the output-based pricing system, when both are included, yes, that still stands. But perfect. That's it.
So we've got Minister Jonathan Wilkinson. He's a Department of Natural Resources Minister. And one of his favorite lines to use is that, and as you know, 8 out of 10. And this is long after June 17th when the budget officer said that's not true. They continue to do it. Watch Jonathan Wilkinson. Here's a couple of shows. Like, maybe he seems like he's a nice guy. They're sinister. Wilkinson, you're lying to Canadians, and I'm showing them that you're lying. Stop using that line.
Carbon tax is making life unaffordable. Now, after voting for it 24 times, the NDP even say that they are abandoning the carbon tax. So my question to the minister is simple. Will the Liberals join their coalition partners to axe the carbon tax?
The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the price on pollution and the Canada carbon rebate are an affordability measure. 8 out of 10 Canadians get more money back than they pay in the price on pollution, and the price on pollution is also an effective and efficient way to fight climate change. That's why progressives, including many who voted for the New Democratic Party in the last election, were shocked at the position that were taken by the leader of the New Democratic Party, walking away from a plan on climate change. Shame on them. They will have to explain that to their voters down the road.
So now we've got Stephen Guilbeault. Let's take a look at this guy. Trash. Like, he's criminal. Like, I don't know, environmental terrorist with his carbon tax, telling Canadians repetitively something he knows is not true. He knows it's not true. This is well after June 17th. My goodness. Stephen Guilbeault, you gotta go, man. Gig's up, bud.
9 years of this Liberal NDP government, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and time is up. The parliamentary budget officer confirmed that the carbon tax is costing Canadians more than they get back. The Prime Minister's plan to quadruple the carbon tax will cost Manitoba families an extra $1,300 per year. Evergreen Basic Needs, a food bank in Gimli, Manitoba, has seen a 30% increase in usage since 2020. When will the Prime Minister finally start listening to Canadians and have a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Minister for the Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, what the member is saying would be tragic if it was only true, which is not. The Parliamentary Budget Officer has said in his report that Canadian gets more money back from carbon pricing than what they pay, Mr. Speaker. And that's even after he doesn't factor in the impacts of climate change. July and August of 2024 are the costliest months ever. It's the costliest year ever for climate impacts in Canada. $7 billion in climate impacts, Mr. Speaker. What do the Conservative have to say about that? Let the planet burn, not on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker. We will work to fight climate change and we will work to support Canadians.
The honourable member from Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, the minister knows that a tax plan isn't an environment plan. And what the
We include the economic impact of the fuel charge and the output-based pricing system. It's true that the majority of households are worse off, and we are in the process of updating our analysis to try to isolate the fuel charge, the impact of the fuel charge itself.
Yeah.
Oh, Arif Irani, Attorney General, Minister of Justice, who's here to protect Canadians. He's saying the same lie, man. Like, you would think that someone would let them know. Oh, yeah, they did. They just continue to lie. It's repulsive, guys. Arif Irani, you're a piece of work. Canadians are going to find out, I'm showing.
The question is, when will this lame duck Prime Minister call carbon tax elections so Canadians can have their say?
I remind members to be careful about making comments about specific members of Parliament. The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Let's review the facts for a moment about the carbon price. The carbon price reduces pollution and puts money back into the pockets of Canadians. In fact, 8 out of 10 families receive more money back than they pay with an increasing price on pollution. It is the single best market mechanism known to reduce carbon footprints. We used to have a lot of parties in this chamber supporting that price. Unfortunately, we've seen a flip in terms of position by virtue of the leader of the NDP's position. What that does is it signals voter cynicism, but it also signals to progressives, including in my riding of Parkdale High Park, that if you want a party that's going to fight against climate change, your only choice is the Liberal Party of Canada.
He's a liar. He's a corrupt person. So here he is, 8 out of 10. We always knew it wasn't going to be 8 out of 10, right? Like, did you know anybody that made more? I do not. I don't discuss that kind of thing with people very often. But if I did, there would be nobody telling, but I don't know of anybody. So gang, we're gonna wrap it up right there. I'm Aaron, this is Canadian Looney. Like, share, subscribe, get notified. The carbon tax, 8 out of 10, no more. They can't use that lie, or at least have it work on you, or even wonder about it anymore. They're lying, straight up. It's gross to watch, they do it. Aaron, Canadian Looney, like, share, subscribe. Thank you for watching this video. Catch you in the next one. All right. So we're gonna wrap up the video. Hey gang, we're gonna drop right in. I think I've got my man Jeremy right here. So we're gonna drop in with Jeremy. Yeah. Hey
What's up,
Jeremy, I think I've got you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Right on.
Cool, bro. Center yourself up there in the camera.
Sorry, I'm yeah, just one
No,
sec
it's
here.
all good. You're using your cell phone, I think.
No, it's I got my mic plugged in right now because it was dead. But I
No,
wanted to
it's
use the
cool,
mic because I
man.
didn't want to have feedback
look-
from the mic. Yeah.
Look down at what you're seeing and try to center yourself a little
Yeah.
more.
You know what? I'm just gonna take the mic off. Just give me 1 sec. Because I'm charging my mic and it's plugged into a short cord.
No,
right
it's all
now.
good.
That's why I can't.
We're
really
all
center
just
myself right now.
learning the ropes. Anyways, pretty fun show tonight. Like,
Yeah, for sure, man. I'm trying to center
just-
myself here, but this cord's so damn short.
these people in the chat room crack me up.
Yeah, they're pretty cool. Is no one else
It
coming
is-
in?
What's up?
No one else joining us?
No, I've got Cryptomeria. She's joining in.
There she is. Just
try mirroring your camera.
Just give me 1 sec. There we go.
There you go.
Yeah, that's better. That's better. Now I'm in. There we go.
All
Perfect.
right. Again, now we have 4 of us here, and 4 is a good number. Good evening, Darren.
Good evening, everyone. How are you tonight?
You've got the best sounding mic.
It's my voice. It's not the mic.
Dude, you've got a good
sound
mic
like
there
this.
too. You do have a slick voice. I'll
When,
give that to
when
you.
Jimi Hendrix plays, you say, "Hey, man, you got a really good guitar." Duh.
You are
it's-
slick.
It doesn't matter what mic I'm in front of.
Oh, well, it sounds incredible, man. Like, I'm jealous just because
I'll do your voiceover.
I'm gonna have to take you up on that.
Next up
Dimebag.
on Aaron Does Dallas. I mean,
Oh no!
How are you doing
we can
tonight,
work
Crippy
on
Mary?
this.
Chicken
No,
breast.
not really. You're missing like this whole like. I mean, you're kind of pretty. Like, sorry.
No, it's fine.
Don't
we're
stop.
having some fun here today.
Just
not
hanging out
stop.
with Americans before I met you. It came on tonight, so my sense of humor is way off the map.
No, it's fine.
No, they're horrible.
They're horrible. They're not horrible.
They're
They voted
my
very well.
family, but they're horrible people.
A bunch of them are smart.
Yes, they're smart, but they're also just across the border and annoying.
Want to see something cool I got today?
Yeah.
Hang on.
What do you got?
I got to turn off the green screen thing or it doesn't work. The virtual background. Say no. Actually, where's my phone? Where's my phone? Where's my phone? Where's my freaking phone? You know what's right in front of you?
Whoops.
Oh, it's okay.
Where'd you go, Darren?
We lost him.
Where'd I put my Darren?
No, there we go.
Ooh.
Darren has a very interesting YouTube channel. I would suggest to anybody to check
Are
it out.
those Toonies?
Like, there's some great music,
Nice. The
but
blue is
also
nice.
some kind of, I don't know, Darren, if it's an insult to call it like obscure, but the dime bags part of your channel is like, you guys have a following. Like, there is a group of you guys that do those coin examinations. Like, it's pretty wild.
No, it is. It's serious, and they know their stuff. Like, I watch his channel just for advice because I come across old coins, or sometimes you find one in a drawer and you're like, maybe it's good.
Yeah, no, maybe this one's worth more than just $2. Like,
I
it's
wish I
always
had fully
interesting.
understood how this camera worked so I could get it to do exactly what I want it to do. But those are you can see the darker blue one with the plane. That's for the RCAF. That came out, and I thought that one was the newest one. But today I went to West Edmonton Mall where the Royal Canadian Mint had an exchange, which means it's dollar for dollar exchange. And I got this other one, which is brand
Wow.
new. You can find out about it on the Mint, but on the mint.ca, but it's basically celebrating none of it. So cool. Awesome. I had no idea I was going to get it today, but I got myself a little stash. I actually provide them to people, especially friends of mine that are coin collectors in the U.S. They can contact me, and then we do exchanges and stuff like that.
So these are all in circulation, Darren?
Yep, those are circulating Canadian coins.
Huh.
But of the painted ones, they make 2 million of each coin, and of the unpainted version of that same scene, they make 1 million.
If you understand what some of these coins, you got a good racket dime. Like, I'm
Wow.
just not fancy as you. I wish I was. It's hard on the West Coast.
Well,
If I'm
honestly,
gonna ever
I haven't turned
rob-
it into much of a racket because what I charge doesn't make me any money, but it helps out buddies of mine, and that's what's important.
I'm gonna come and rob you with a big magnet.
That's a
Like-
silly thing to say. Don't say these things. Why would anything like that make me happy?
No. Well, it won't make
People
you
are
happy. I'll split it with you.
People are
Well,
suggestive.
also, magnets wouldn't work on that. So you're already being
Yeah, no.
ineffective if
Yeah, no,
you're
they're
going
all
to do
magnetic.
a price.
No, our coins,
Sorry, you were like last string on the racket.
no,
I
our
have
coins
better
are
ways.
magnetic.
Yeah, there's better ways to do it.
Anyway,
I'm sorry, Aaron.
Howard, no.
you're
I'm sure you're right.
fine.
Cryptomaria,
Ice
we're gonna
House,
have to
gotta be more
discuss.
creative.
Chantel May, we're gonna have to discuss how we're gonna rob dime bag coins of
Please
all
don't.
of the coins, because I
That
thought
doesn't
the
make me
magnet
sleep
was a
at
good
night.
idea.
It's like
but,
getting all the coins in Mario.
yeah,
Getting all the coins.
Listen, I'm
Yeah.
basically on like, what is the one in Gotham? Like,
does anybody know what scene this is taken from?
sorry, Harley's retired.
Where would you find that picture? Any ideas? The picture that's behind me? Where would you find that picture?
that's a $50 note.
Yeah.
There you
Is it?
go.
Is it? Yeah.
Aaron's seen one once in Blue
Oh,
Moon.
okay. I'm trying to think of
I
the
worked
year.
in a grocery store. Like,
Oh, I can almost see a 5 down the corner there too, like kind of the outline, a bit of the 5, just on to your right hand side, right shoulder.
Did you know that
Oh
there's
God, this
currently
is
a
the worst
Canadian
trivia game.
there's currently a Canadian bill in circulation that we use that has naked women on it.
Damn, where's that one at? Which one's that?
underneath my mattress.
No, in your pocket.
Woohoo!
Yeah. Let's
Go
go.
Canada!
What would you
Where
send
where
me if
are
I
the
could-
naked women? It is getting to be about the time that I'm gonna get ready to go to bed.
Okay.
Get
Well, this is a cheap date then. Hey, let me just get you set up here. Give me just a sec. Gonna take me a second to get the scope ready to
I don't
show
have.
you.
I don't have
Any
any
money?
here.
You
I
have
have
any
some,
money?
no,
No money.
I have money. I just don't have that much. I definitely don't have. Wait a minute. What's this?
I've
This is one
no.
of the- this is a heck
I've
of a
got a
deal. You
couple
don't
of
need
toonies out in the cupboard. Like,
Yeah,
I got-
I really don't want to see Lizzie naked. You
You
know?
can send those to me if you don't mind.
So is it a bill or is it a
I
coin?
might.
It is a
Naked
bill.
women. Is it a bill? Okay.
It is a bill.
Yeah, none of the bills I have here have any naked women. Damn it.
Just give me a second to. I didn't think I would be doing this, but I am.
who's got bills? Jeremy, you got bills? Like, good for you. I'm glad. Like,
No kidding.
glad
Hey,
someone
hey.
has bills.
Hey, they're all spoken for, so they're not mine. They're just sitting here on my table.
They're not mine. I just have them in my pocket. Like,
They'll be gone very soon.
All right, guys, are you ready?
yeah. Let's
Okay.
go.
Do it.
He says, "Do it." He says, "Do,
Do
it."
it.
Here we go.
Oh,
You're so
that
fancy,
100?
Darren.
Is that 120?
It's zoomed in all the way, man. That's a $20 bill.
Those are
yeah.
rubies. That's awesome. Oh my God, Canada's so cool.
It's a 20?
It's got to be a 20. Like,
Woo, 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 woo.
'Cause I don't. Oh my God, yes, sir. Eh?
Woo,
Wow.
Yeah.
We don't even have any nude beaches, do we?
yes.
Yeah,
Oh,
we
we
do.
do? You
I
have
live a few blocks from one.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's a
Damn.
little cold this time of year, but if you want to go,
Be a bit nipply out there, eh?
just say it's shrinkage. You know, no one will judge you.
Oh, Canada.
Oh boy.
There you go. I told you. So what's the answer?
it's on the 20, I think. Dime bag?
Yeah.
Darren,
Hang
right?
on.
It's the 20.
You can't see. There we go. Stupid thingy.
See, that green screen gets complicated,
distracted.
right?
It does.
Damn it, I don't have a 20 here. It's the one thing I don't have here is a 20.
I put it up tonight for the very first time. A buddy of mine gave me, I traded him a coin for it. Actually, I didn't even trade him the coin. I told him he has to come by and get it. Ha!
Right quick, Darren, how do I get the names and the titles? Oh, look at Jeremy with a big, he's balling. Jeremy
I'm looking at this right now. This
Mr.
$100
Booker,
bill.
please.
I wish a honey made you a baller.
This 100 has insulin on it. Look, you guys see that? It has insulin right there. A bottle of insulin.
Right on.
I don't know if.
Yeah, I can see it. But
it says insulin on it.
Yeah,
what are you doing rolling around in those big brown bills, bro?
It's not. I'm sorry. It's not as
for
cool as boobies.
Yeah, like I can't believe I never noticed that before. It's insulin. There's a guy looking through like a lab microscope or whatever thing. That's crazy.
So Banting and Best, the two doctors at the Toronto University that isolated insulin for use for humans to help us. One of those persons is a U.S. person, and the other is a Canadian. I don't know which one is which, but we tend to forget that that was a joint job done at the Toronto University, but Banting and Best, one of those dudes is American, believe it or not.
Interesting.
But they did good work.
Yeah, it's like everything else. Like we have a lot of ties, but we try and own it as Canadians.
Huh. It's interesting when you actually look at these bills to see what's on them.
That's what gets you into the stuff that my channel's kind of about, except that then I started singing songs and doing stupid stuff, and so it's just become the variety channel.
It's not stupid, man. I love my favorite
You're an
thing.
amazing singer. Stop it.
My favorite thing. I'm the same as Cryptomaria. Like I love your singing. I used a couple of your songs on here, like kind of piggybacking or whatever. But YouTube shut it down. They demonetized those live shows when I used your karaoke. Like
yeah, they'll do that. Somebody will claim it. They
I
claim
don't
it
get
because
banned on
I'm
that.
too good. If I was to sing really bad, they wouldn't claim it. But since it sounds too much like the original, they claim it every time. It's my fault. I'm sorry. Just stay away from me.
I've got
My
a
lips are
lot
venomous
of
poison.
anger towards you about that dime bags. Sorry to interrupt, Cryptomaria. What were you going to say?
You made your own choice, big boy.
No, I did. I did.
You didn't consult me ahead of time. I would have told you.
Well,
Don't do
no,
it.
I just
Don't do it, man.
I love sharing music and karaoke. It breaks it up so much.
You know why I can do that, honestly, Aaron? It's because I'm not monetized, right? It doesn't. It
Yeah,
doesn't
well,
affect me.
I'm not on YouTube, or I am on YouTube, but I'm not. When I broadcast, I'm on X, so I get away with everything.
What do you guys know about YouTube and X? Do you actually because I don't still and I've been going pretty strong here with my little channel here on YouTube. We've been growing, but I still don't understand any of it.
It's really complicated in my case, so I plead the fifth. I know I'm not in the States, but I plead the fifth.
No, I understand what you mean. That you just don't know. I also don't know. I make a video and I'm not sure if it's going to get 10 views or 50,000 views. You have no idea. I worked so hard on a video last night and I put it out and it did not do well. You have no idea, Darren. Do you ever know, or pay attention to that stuff?
No, the beauty of it is I don't give a shit. I really don't. And there's no stress involved with me doing YouTube. My hardest thing about YouTube is, and I mean, this is going to sound stupid to some of you, and some of you will know exactly what I mean. Getting my shit together and actually pressing go. You don't even know how many times I have
absolutely
put
can relate.
everything on the table in the right place and the cameras set up the way I want, and then somehow I find a way to not actually do it.
I know.
It's in
I've
here.
done that. I did that for years. Years. I would be like, well, I don't have the right setup. I don't have the right computer. And then you get a bunch of people, well, you're not doing YouTube right. And then I just do it. It doesn't matter.
I would agree with that sentiment that
It is the
again,
hardest
if you want to
thing.
find out the temperature of the water, jump in like head first, feet first, like cannonball that shit and just jump in and find out. That's kind of what we're doing right here, right now with it.
Yeah,
Again, I'm not used to this interface. I'd like to put your names up there. Does anybody know how I put the names up?
I
Change the layout.
Yeah, you get it.
Choose a different layout. Bang through the different layouts and see what happens.
Hi, I'm Crypta.
Yeah,
There you go.
Sorry.
I don't think that I can do that because, like, maybe I need to do it when we're offline.
Well, do you have the screen that you're looking at, that, like right below where you see us four? You should have choices right there, little squares in a row.
No, and I do. You're correct. Like, I've got new layout, but when I call it up,
Don't do a new layout. Just choose from the ones that are there that are built in. That row is a bunch of different layouts that are already there for you to use.
yeah, I might have deleted, like...
Well, I don't know about that.
I don't. Yeah. I just wish that I could put your little titles up there.
I understand. I think.
I think it's something you have to do on before you load your next stream.
Again,
I'm not sure.
I am sure. I used the software for a really long time before I suggested it to you. You got a layout issue. And if you've deleted layouts like you suggest, I don't know why, but you've deleted the layout that had the name in it, you'll have to rebuild it by building a layout offline. Otherwise, I'm not sure how or why you would have, or there must be a way to undelete them because this is web-based. This is not a program in your computer, so it shouldn't, anything hidden should be unhideable. But you have a list of layouts. You're the only guy who does as the boss. It's below our four windows, and usually there's a row of them, and they come factory. So that's all I can really say on that. I don't know how much you could change it because it's web-based. It loads every time. It's not a local program.
Yeah.
No,
I've been using it for years now.
Change it before you
like literal years. So
yeah, this is new to me, this one. I was always used to using Microsoft Teams and things like that.
Teams bites balls.
Yeah, it does. I used it for college. I was using it in college, but yeah.
Ouch. I like pain. Pain's fun. It makes me laugh. I was just pulling on something with my hand, and it's like arthritis pain just goes shooting through my hand. I'm like, yeah, sure, nice. That's what I deserve.
Yeah, I broke a wrist about 7 years ago. It haunts me. It never goes away again after that.
Metal fabricator, and we used to run the grinders and whatnot all the time. That just vibrating your hands and arms and all day long.
I can imagine. Yeah.
Oh no, arthritis is fun.
I dropped a 2x 12 foot on my left wrist and broke it. So
yeah, nothing heals exactly the way you'd like.
No, it doesn't.
What do we got here?
Oh.
No audio. You're muted. You are muted. You are muted.
Sorry. Here we go. That was just a call, and I think we're gonna try to take on more guests. We're gonna try to fill the room.
Oh boy, here we go. Let's do it. Let's do it.
This is a call.
Like,
Let's do it up.
Bam, bam.
do we need to break this one up? Because I don't see where other people are filling the room. Like, you know, the back. Oh, there it is. Oh my God, we got Steve Boy.
Hi.
Hey! It's great.
What, you know that kind of fighting, Claw McGlaw?
Well,
You're off
well,
You know quick draw McDraw?
that's quick draw McGraw.
There we go. We got Mr. Pickles.
Hi.
Baba Louie.
Is that like Black Jacques Chirac, or like was he next to him, or I'm
Yeah,
not
it was
sure.
his like Latin brother.
Right. I saw that once.
Well, boys, we got a good turnout of the election there downstairs. Now they didn't fuck it up, and all we got to do is not do it, and we'll be fine.
I don't know if I agree with that. I think that fucking, they couldn't cheat the actual presidency, but you see what's happening now in the House and the Senate, right? You got fucking 3, 4, 5 days for results, and they're like slowly starting to turn towards Democrats. The same thing happened in BC, man. Like, it's bullshit.
They're trying to
that
jam
BC
through
was
all of the left-wing initiatives because
Yeah.
time's up. Like, and they are gonna cram everything through the American Senate, American Congress as quickly as they can.
Well, okay, I got a thing about 4D chess, right? Okay, Trump 2020. Where did that go? Where did that go? You know, if you don't think that he was pissed and not smart enough to like get his P's and Q's and, you know, like dotted I's and cross T's, like if you don't think that he has not an army of people that looks at these things for years and years, if you don't think that perhaps, maybe, he took it on the chin and he's setting up some things that he wants to do and achieve. That's all I gotta say. And now I can't perceive anything else into that. But if you give your head a shake that way, a guy who is,
Are you talking in cryptic? What the fuck are you trying to say, man?
okay, what I'm trying to say is the guy was planned. He was planned about all this shit. And maybe, and it's not cryptic, maybe he has a fucking plan. And his plan is to execute a bunch of things and have his aces in his pockets for when this shit happens. Because he kind of saw that perhaps, or he finally got some people backing him that could see that shit happening. Now the Senate thing, that's kind of crazy too, and I agree with you, Pickles, man. Right?
Rewind back to 2020 or whatever, right? Like the Democrats controlled the House, they controlled the Senate, they controlled Congress. So even if he would have won in 2020, nothing would have fucking happened. So it's great that it didn't happen, I suppose, and I truly believe they cheated the fucking election.
Well,
you got the 15 million voters that are disappeared now, right? You know, the last 6 elections, and they're all about 60 million to 62, 65 million per side. And now all of a sudden, you know, that one election is like 82 million for Biden. And then now, like, what? They just didn't show up to fucking vote. That's bullshit.
Well, this is one of the 4D chess things. I'm thinking he kind of said, okay, let's see those 20 other million people on this next election. Maybe that was kind of it. Any rate, but
Sorry,
I'm
gentlemen.
with you, Pickles. I'm with you, man.
I'm gonna interrupt for a moment. We've got Johnny.
Yeah.
What is up, Johnny? How are you
Hey,
tonight?
Johnny.
Welcome to the crowd.
Aaron, I've been listening to your show. I'd say the last couple months or so. I'm a DJ on a doo-wop.
You sound good, man. You've got a good mic. You've got a good setup there,
on a
bro.
Thanks. On a doo-wop radio station. I'm a DJ on a doo-wop radio station. As you can see, I got I'm into more records and music and stuff like that. I do tend to dabble into politics once in a while. I usually I go on other channels as well, and we talk about music a lot. And
what's your username in the room there?
I go by JFL
JFL,
AKA
just
Johnny
for
L.
laughs. Sorry, that when I see you in the chat room, I'm like, that guy's a funny guy. He's just for laughs.
I had content on the YouTube about a couple months or so months ago. I used to go just as Johnny L, but DJ Johnny L. But I decided I'm not going anywhere with it. So I kind of I downloaded all my content onto the hard drive, so just in case I changed my mind. So I kind of had a rebrand. So now it's JFL.
Yeah, where are you to, JFL?
I'm
you
in Ontario.
Toronto?
Yeah, Ontario, St. Thomas.
Okay.
And
we won't hold that against you here.
Well,
too
what's
much.
it like? What's it like in St. Thomas? Is that still like a Canadian fucking city, or what's happening?
Well, it's about 45,000 people, I think.
Yeah. Okay. So how many? Is it still white Christian Canadians, or it's like Jeep running around? What do you got?
Well, it's
Islamists all over the place.
a mixture of everybody. That's starting to get a lot more minority people in and stuff like that. But I don't care. As long as long as I'm left alone and stuff, all what concerns me is I want that asshole Trudeau out as fast as possible.
Yeah.
I cannot stand him and the Liberal government.
You're here.
What he did to the truckers and the convoy is absolutely disgraceful. I followed that continuously when that happened. I followed.
That's still in the courts too, right? It's still in the courts. It's still in the courts too.
Yeah, I followed Jeff Lapard. He was there continuously, every snow, rain, everything, broadcasting it, and so I followed him. And also, Donald Trump mentioned there was a clip that somebody put on the YouTube. That Donald Trump did mention Canada and the convoy and the truckers, what they did to the truckers and everything. He doesn't like Trudeau at all. So.
He loves us, hates our leader. Yeah.
Oh, no.
He hates them all. Like, you watch what's coming out here. So you haven't seen much of Donald Trump since he's won the election. He's come out. He's made a very brief statements or whatever. You watch, man. Like when this comes up, like he's gonna full out call these people communists. You watch. Like, and how else could you describe them or what they've done to us?
Oh,
I mean,
totally. I'm sure a lot of you people been through the Trudeau senior years. I know I have, and his son, supposedly his son, Trudeau, Justin, is nowhere close, way more radical than his father. Way more radical.
It's like he carried on the policies that Pierre couldn't fucking do when he was in office. Right. And I read today or whatever. So Canada, like when I was growing up, like immigration, like what I was taught. I'm 46 years old, so I would have been, like just a toddler, I guess, when Pierre was on the way out, Trudeau. And, everything I was taught through school was, like these people that come here, the immigrants and stuff, that's great, but it's assimilate, right? Yeah. You leave your bullshit behind and you come here and assimilate. So I've been looking into that stuff, and I've seen something about Wilfrid Laurier commenting on it or whatever, and it turns out like that was a spoof post or something. So I started digging a little deeper into it and stuff, and until Pierre Trudeau took power, it was kind of they had assimilation laws, but they were kind of spoken. And when Pierre Trudeau took power, he changed them all. And then he changed it to multiculturalism.
Political negotiator seemed to rub Trump
Okay.
Sorry, guys. Sorry, Paul. Didn't mean to interrupt. I'm
No
trying
worries,
something over
no
here.
worries. No, you're trying to.
The stuff I was reading today, man, it just fits like so perfectly with what's fucking happening and what Pierre Trudeau was doing back in the 70s and the early 80s. Right, and you're bringing all these people here and all their baggage and all their fucking problems, and they're deluding us. We're being replaced.
Yeah.
Right?
Amen, brother. Amen, brother.
White Christian people don't have fucking any protections here anymore.
Yep. I was born.
David Menzies got arrested again today.
Yeah,
that's 2 hat tricks this year. Right? For
He's
what?
out of
Showed up at a
jail.
Palestinian
He's out of
fucking
jail,
protest.
Who did he bump into today?
Like I can't for the life of me. I can't. These people like block traffic and pray in the fucking streets, and the cops bring them donuts and coffee. And
Unreal,
shit, and
unreal, man.
up. And look what's happening in the UK.
Unreal.
Like man, I'm telling you, and so Ireland's government fell, and that's the happiest I've been yesterday because I fucking heard about it, or the day before, I guess, and I was like, fucking finally, right? Like Trump won. Now, like Ireland's already like denied the hate speech laws like 4 months ago. Now their government fell. They dissolved government. They're having an election at the end of the month, and I'm just like, okay, let's get the fucking momentum up here, right? Take the free world back. Then I start looking at the politicians, the politics in Ireland. Man, so in the United States, you got two parties, right? You should fucking see how many they are in Ireland.
No, what is
they are all minority
what does
governments
a
in Ireland.
minority government look like in Ireland? Like
it's brutal.
Coalition of 4 different parties
It's
against
brutal.
3 different parties.
And all these people are trying to ram their hate speech laws through since Trump won, like super
But
quick.
Ireland has an election soon.
Yeah, but there's so many parties running for it. It's split. It's not just like 1 or 2. Like, so it's just
Never
there that way.
underestimate the Irish.
I'm Irish, man, and like I said, fucking go Irish. I mean, they've been rebelling like the most of anybody.
I'm like,
You know, going back to Pierre.
why we have the Atlantic between us.
Go ahead, John.
Going back to Pierre Senior. I was born in Quebec. I'm 67 right now, and I was there.
You look good.
You've been through this already.
I was there during the FLQ crisis. They searched. This is one thing that I agreed with Trudeau about when the news report the reporter asked him, "What are you going to do about it?" And he said, "Just watch me." That's the only thing I agreed with him about when he put martial law in, because the separatists in Quebec that when that happened, FLQ, they wanted to separate. They want to cause mayhem and separate Quebec from Canada. So that's the only thing I agreed with Pierre about. But other than that, it was a real mess back then when they had the martial law and they searched my grandfather lived in St. Thérèse. They searched his house, and the army searched like some people's houses, and the whole bit. It was a real mess. But like I said, Trudeau Jr. is way worse. So far left.
Such poison. I think we have Scott Campbell trying to join us.
Let's go.
Yeah,
bring it on.
Yeah, there was like another screen starting to come up there that was just black, right? So.
Yeah, are you there, Scott?
Beat me up, Scotty.
Am I still here, guys? Am I still here?
Yeah,
yes.
Okay, cool. I'm just staying quiet.
I don't know if it works if we poke on it. It didn't seem to work. I don't know. Maybe he needs to reset it.
I had to reset twice because it didn't kick in.
I don't know what the deal is. Some of these cameras, they like black out or whatever for 10 seconds and they come back on. I don't know what the deal is there.
No, I'm on my phone just because I was watching it. But
you look great, Steve.
I'm in the equivalent of a television studio and can do whatever the hell I want with my
as
picture.
far as it goes, Darren, this looks okay, right? Like,
oh yeah, I'm kind of expecting there's somebody.
Oh
in
yeah,
that other
I
black
see everybody
hole over
great.
there.
Yeah,
But-
there is. Yeah, I seen it
but
screens
being
kind
quiet.
of adjusted. He's there now. He was there.
There's one thing I noticed though. Like I said, I go on other streams, and their squares are a lot bigger than these ones for some reason. I don't know whether
It's a layout issue.
setting or. Pardon?
Well, it said when I was logging on here, the max you could have is 10 people.
Okay. So, but Aaron, I want to go back to your you're walking around back home and doing the videos. I really enjoy that. I mentioned that in your chat
I like it
a
too,
couple
yeah.
days ago.
no.
And
Fact
I really
of the matter
enjoy
is,
watching
I
these.
don't have a clue what I'm doing.
And that's what makes
There
you
you
so
go.
lovable, Aaron.
Figuring it out.
I'll just say what I like about the videos is that you break up the bullshit, right? Like you're sitting there listening to politics, blah, blah, blah. Well, you break it up with a little bit of scenery, and it's good. I like it's a good setup.
I like
You
that
know
part
what?
too,
Like,
man.
Yeah.
Do you know what,
I like
Aaron?
going out for the walks.
Yeah, exactly.
Because if
And,
not, I'm just stuck here in front of goddamn screens like all fucking day. Like,
Amen, brother.
Canadian
You just do
politics
it.
and screens are not a good mix if you're not.
No,
getting
you just do
exercise.
it. You just do it, and it's great.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, I appreciate you as well. You just do it. and it's nice. It's like hanging out, like a Nova Scotia kitchen party. Hey, I'm gonna go do
it's
this.
like hanging out with a buddy, man. Like,
Do you understand?
my idea here
No,
with the whole
it is.
show.
Nova
It
Scotia
is.
kitchen party. I'm totally with you there.
That's right.
West Coast kitchen party. I mean,
Oh.
You get these people.
Filibusters, own
Did anybody
everything.
bring
We own the
tortilla?
kitchen party.
East Coast pride, baby.
Yeah.
Aaron.
Because I think that's what Canada is. And by the way, I don't care what people say. We have a great culture.
Oh, we've got an amazing culture, Steve Ploy.
Yeah, we have a great culture. What's that going to be like in fucking 5 years from now if we keep going?
Well,
This is what I'm saying.
We're here.
Amen, Pickles.
Right?
Amen, Pickles. And I love
Fucking
your
man.
fight. No,
this
Pickles,
is
I
our
love your
fucking
fight,
country.
man.
I fucking am. Come on in, man. You want to be Canadian? Leave your shit at home. Come
Yeah,
on
yeah.
in. Right?
Yeah,
This is
yeah.
our fucking country. We got nowhere to go after this.
Yeah, come on.
Want to see
What's
something
the matter?
cool?
You never played horseshoes before? Come on,
Wasn't
you
the
never
power of
Right.
culture. I
grabbed
know
a
we're
hockey
about to run out
stick?
of beer.
And then to be lied to just repeatedly in your face and have them do the exact opposite.
Horrible.
That's fucking bullshit.
Just horrible, man.
And it never
Horrible.
really turned fucking
Horrible.
sideways like it is
Yeah.
now until he called that snap election. And then so Trump wins and he silently releases the Manitoba lab scandal documents. Nobody's talking about that shit. Like COVID came from our fucking lab, man. Like how come nobody's talking about that? These West
Johnny.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt, Pickles. Johnny, what did you want to show?
Thanks, man.
Oh, no. What do they want to show?
No,
Yeah,
you said
I don't know
wants
what
to
that.
see something cool.
I hardly
think
know you,
was the
Aaron.
question.
Keep it in your pants, Kay.
Yeah, right.
Uncle Bad Touch.
No, I just wanted to say, like I said, my introduction is like I said, I'm a DJ and I'm a collector of records. I have like about maybe 500-600 records, maybe. All kinds, different kinds of records. A lot of oldies, Led Zeppelin, stuff like that, and so I collect some records.
I had to tell him.
Yeah, but
Life happens. Sorry, you can't hold on to everything.
Yeah.
I still have some. And if you are interested in records, I can ship them to you real cheap if you're in Canada and rent is coming. Sorry,
I also have 3 guitars and everything. I don't know. You might not be able to see it if you make them big, but I got.
What about 8 tracks? You got some 8 tracks back there? Some Paul
I love
Anka,
8
Buddy Holly.
No, I don't have
beta tapes.
I don't have 8 tracks, but I got quite a few cassettes as well. Or not cassettes, sorry, CDs.
Yeah.
This
There's
is my
a 4-string and a
this is my
5-string
studio,
bass on the
basically.
wall behind me.
Pardon?
There's a 4-string and a 5-string bass on the wall
Oh,
behind
really?
my green
Wow.
screen.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I started learning the guitar way back. I tried to learn it, and when before we moved to St. Thomas, we lived in Newmarket, and so I bought 3 guitars, and I thought, okay, I'm going to try to learn to play the guitar, but I haven't picked it up since we moved to St. Thomas. It's like over 10 years. I've lost interest in it basically, but they sit there and collect dust. But a Fender, a Les Paul, Epiphone, and another one I can't remember the name of it.
Nice.
But, yeah. And like, I like these formats. You get to know the people, especially when we're all Canadian. This is great. Well, I think the young lady there is she American or?
No, she's in British Columbia.
Go
Crypto
BC.
Maria, you're in British Columbia, right?
Yeah, Victoria, BC.
Oh, because
I'd like to see Data on here, Data Sender or whatever. Put that link out again there and try and get
It's
somebody
not
else
that
on.
pretty these days. Don't think it's like
Data Sender,
anything in the
this
movies.
is for you.
And part
Data
of all
Sender.
what's going on for us here, I just moved from British Columbia, where I was renting and was just barely hanging on, to Edmonton, Alberta, where I bought a house. And now we're going to see if we can't make it happen here. But at least here, I bought the damn house. I would have not been able to do that in BC ever.
Guys.
No way.
My
sorry,
family's
Darren,
from
to
Edmonton,
interrupt.
so congratulations going across the border. I just cannot deal with another minus 50 winter.
Go ahead, Erin.
I'm sorry. I do not have winter in me anymore. I will go to anywhere warm. I totally understand snowbirds.
I'm with you. I'm with you there, Cryptomaria. Let's go to Costa Rica.
Oh my God, it's warm. Sorry,
Let's go to
I
Costa
grew up
Rica.
so far up north.
Yeah,
So
I
think we have Scott Campbell joining.
Yeah.
Hey, who is this down here? I was gonna say, what is this down here? It looked like we were going on a trip somewhere.
Come on, Dad. Click that link. Let's see you on the program. I moved back from Grand Prairie 5.5 years ago.
Link.
Yeah.
There we
Oh,
go.
he's getting a
There's
beer.
Scott.
Squeak.
There he is.
Can you grab me a beer while you're there, please?
Yeah, I know. It's do you got any?
Beautiful, thank you.
I moved back from Grand Prairie 5.5 years ago, and I was like,
I'm on
you
the
got your
TV.
fucking sweet snowblower, and I brought it back here with me and stuff. And like in 5.5 years, I've only used the snowblower once. You know, it's nice living back in Kelowna.
That's a good problem.
In Victoria, you could make like $1,000 a day in 2 weeks. Just because people here are so dumb about snow. It's embarrassing. I actually, next snowstorm, I'm going to just do videos on how stupid Victoria is.
Who's the bottom right here, Erin?
I
It's
think-
going to be great.
I think the bottom right is Steve Boy.
And who's the bottom left?
The bottom left is Scott. Welcome, Scott.
Hey, Scott.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you.
You
Can't really
sound
see
great,
you, though.
look
Turn the light
great.
on. Dracula.
Give yourself a little bit of light in front of you, Scott.
Oh, there's a body there, bottom right. Oh, yeah. Bakak!
Hello.
Again, I'm inexperienced with this interface. And also, I don't know what I'm doing. I think that's part of the charm of the channel. Is like this asshole just gets out there and shows Canadian politics, talks about it, doesn't know nothing. But this works, guys.
Yeah. No, you're gonna. I mean, it takes time to learn this, navigate.
No, it does. But again, we just jumped in here, Johnny. Like, and now we've got myself and looks like 7 other people in the room. Like,
But I don't think we really had a panel before that. Not that I know I'd seen anyways. I may have missed it, but I don't think.
I tried a couple of panels, but it was through Facebook.
Hello.
This is painless, though. Like, this is easy to do. That Facebook stuff.
Can you hear me?
I was gonna say I have
Yes.
seen you and Pickles and that on a couple
Oh,
times.
there it is.
Kirk and
Yeah, it was on Messenger. This one here, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what it's like on a laptop to log on, but on a phone, it's pretty easy. You just sign on with your Google ID, 2 clicks, and then you enter the room, right?
No,
So it's not bad. If it's easier for Erin, then yeah, let's go this way.
I think it's pretty slick, and most of the time we wouldn't be really trying to talk with 7 other people. It would be like 1 or 2 other people. Here, guys, this is something I want to try to show and see if we're gonna
How's that?
see. Look there, Scott. That's great.
There you are, Scott. I see you, man.
That's perfect.
Scotty.
I'm here.
Right on, man.
Like this.
Scott, I just want to say you've been hanging out with me since the beginning, and thanks.
Like, keep on growing, man. Fuck, keep getting new people who keep coming back. Right? They come back.
No, I just
a lot
mean
of
that
it's
Pickles Scott's been with me hanging out like longer than you, I think. Like,
yeah, I was a little bit after you started, I guess.
no,
I don't know. Well, it's about a
anyways,
year.
I
guess
just
I've been
do
around.
appreciate, and I do remember like the people, because when you have this YouTube thing is a weird experiment.
Every other news source I've gone to, it's been dry as frickin' toast. It's, a bunch of bots.
I'll say I've watched a few other platforms and stuff, and they don't have like the personality of like this. There's no charisma. There's no like actual group. Like when you come here, whatever, man.
Yeah.
Like it's a fun time. Everybody
That's right.
cuts everybody down and laughs and has fun and
nobody
says what they
says the
want
word
and
dark
shit.
or
And
You know what?
say what they
Good
want.
peeps. Good peeps. It's all good peeps. Like if you can hear me, it's good peeps, and I really like that. I
As
really
long-
like that. And Aaron, you promote that, and Pickles and Kirk and you guys, man. It's really nice to see. That's all I got to say. It's nice to see, and I'm a part of it, and I like that.
Yeah,
You are
welcome,
a part
man.
of it,
Fucking
Steve
you're a
Boy.
part. You guys are all part.
Like,
Aaron,
you are a part of it, man. Like, that's a part of
I
our
like seeing your
charm.
old
Somebody
videos,
else on
your
another
public
channel would be
service
like, "What is he
announcements.
bakarking about?" And it's like, no, that's
No,
a
it makes
part
me
of
laugh
our
every
band.
time. Makes me laugh every fucking time.
Every time, man. You
Yes, I
guys
am
crack
putting
me
up
up.
my hand.
Cryptomaria, I was
also,
having a
like-
shitty week, as you would know. Earlier in the week, I took
I've
a
got
day
it.
off,
Everybody
which I hadn't
talking
done
about it. I have no idea what's
in a
going
long
on.
time. But then the
Love
next
you
day,
guys,
I
man.
spin
No,
back
I
out.
do. I love you guys, right? Like I put in time because I make the time. And the reason I make the time and I'm studying for an exam, that's beside the point. Whatever, my family life and everything. But I make the time because it's fucking cool. That's it.
It is fun here. Like,
Yeah.
again, I had a shitty week this week, but I got
Amen,
over it.
brother.
And no, but like I did do a show on Wednesday, and then on Thursday I was like, do something different, concentrate just on the people. Don't even look at the politics.
Sure.
This chat room cracks me the fuck up. Like, I laugh my ass off all the
every
time
night, every
at the
time I come on
people
here. Yeah.
just chatting. And I love that stuff.
You know,
Yeah,
Aaron,
well, crazy as I am.
Can't even say it.
When you have like a format like this, I think that you can talk about politics, but sometimes you have to let it go because politics
Hey,
bring
Mr.
out
Pickles,
the
I
evil,
thought you
the badness
enjoyed
out of
my
people.
No,
where
who here has dealt with ISIS? Go
we
back
had-
a few years. Who here actually talked to ISIS online?
It's tough
No,
to hear when
no.
everybody talks
Oh,
together.
you want to know trolling? You want to know internet? I love these channels, but sometimes I feel just I'm being mean because you guys don't know what I'm like. You don't know the evil that's out there or what I've seen, and I just combat is cute, right? We're gonna see it again, but it's gonna be fine because the Canadian military has so much equipment, right?
It's 20 to 10. Cryptomaria is fucking hammered.
Johnny, what were you saying?
No, actually, I'm sober. You wish I was drunk.
That's scary as fuck then.
I'm actually scary when I'm not loaded.
I was saying that
I love it when people say that because it's instantly like, oh, well, you're just drunk. You shouldn't say that. Or it's like, oh, a girl's saying that. Like, I've had people, we didn't think you were a girl. When I came on Aaron's stream the other week, I was like, yeah,
Well, it's
I'm
not like your name is Mrs. fucking Cryptomaria, is it? Like you don't know who the fuck is who on here until you see him on like video. I could have been a girl, I guess, right? But guess what? It's Mr. Pickles, so I guess you kind of know already.
okay.
Sorry, Johnny. Johnny, what were you saying?
Okay, be quiet.
If it weren't you, I'd troll you.
I'm used to this on other channels. It's the same thing. We can't get a word in twice sometimes.
I'll be quiet for a moment.
It's the way things are, and I think in this kind of format, right?
Yeah, live panel's harder.
Yeah, it is. You have to kind of jump in sometimes, right? But I'm not the type to jump in and interrupt somebody, so I just let them talk, right? But I was saying that in this here, it's good to talk. Like I said, it's good to talk about politics to a limit, because it kind of if you got talk about politics too much, it kind of brings down the whole channel. Like people want to hear other stuff other than politics. I'm not trying to tell you how to do your channel, by the way.
I
Aaron.
get it.
I
get it. Like I'm trying to get outside more, and
it's a learning curve. It's a learning curve.
It is a learning curve.
And
on my little journey, again, I'm right there at 24,700 members or subscribers or whatever. That was my lifetime goal a year ago.
25,000
was my lifetime goal. And now I've hit my lifetime goal, and it's like, well, we turn that into 100,000. Somehow, and I've got to get better.
Man.
I know I'm not good enough for 100,000 people.
You are. No,
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are.
You totally are. Absolutely are. This is where
Of course you are, man.
You're just simply wrong.
You're just trying to be modest. Stop it.
No. Humble is great.
I'm
Keep
not.
it up.
I'm not trying to insult myself or seem like I have no confidence. Like I see a guy like Clyde. I love that guy. Clyde, do something. You guys watch his channel.
No. Yeah, I love him.
No,
I love him myself. Like
I've never heard of him.
I don't watch him.
Yeah,
he's got 100,000 people, and I'm like, I can do what he does, but better. And I see Sunshine Baby.
Yeah, fuck that dude.
No, I don't like him.
Nah.
He does too much
I'm not a fan.
I'm
not going to say I'm not.
Don't go that way. Don't go that way.
Captain fucking clickbait. Is that who that is, man?
Yeah,
don't go that way.
Yeah.
You're good.
Oh, Trudeau
No.
finally resigned. No, he hasn't. What are you talking about? dude?
Oh yeah, I don't watch that dude shit, man. Fuck
No, I
that
don't
guy.
either. Fuck that.
He's got
The only other one that
misleading titles.
I watch a few of them, I guess, but the only actual one that like I'll come back to is this one for the engagement, and I'll watch Moose on the Loose because
I like
one.
Darren on
Yeah.
Moose on the Loose. I like.
Yeah,
Darren
he's
on
good.
Anybody called Darren?
Yeah.
You know,
This guy's garage
good.
is good too.
All these people, that's all they're interested in is just fucking clickbait to get all these, people coming to their channel and watch their shit. So it's all about money. This one's more about a community
About money.
engagement.
Yep.
Well, this is
cents
what
at a time.
happened. This is what happened, gang. So a little bit more than a year ago, about 14 months ago, I had already started learning like how to make a YouTube channel, but then it was like, now it's time to do something. A couple of days before I started doing it, I saw Sunshine Baby, and I was like, imagine if that guy wasn't trying to pawn off like cheap stickers and shit to old women, and rather tried to develop a community with what he was showing. And I was like, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make a chat room around Canadian politics. I didn't know shit about Canadian politics. I knew how to make a live stream though. And then I actually emailed Sunshine Baby and said, I'm not coming for you. We can grow this market. Like people are going to be more interested in the next couple of years in Canadian federal politics. And that's what I'm going to grow this channel. And at the time, I wasn't even a monetized YouTuber. Like but I sent him that message saying like, I'm going to try to do this thing. And then it grew so fast, Steve Floyd. Like it just happened. And
sorry.
And again, I do believe that our little community there that we hang out with and chat with, I love that goddamn chat, man. Like the people in that room, I care about those people. Like they're my friends. Mr. Pickles, you know yourself. We're friends.
Can I ask a question?
Are we friends?
What's up? Crypto
Were you involved very much with the truckers protest or the
no. That all had
okay, then there's a whole bunch of drama you don't know.
No, but I do know. Like I've
know now, but I don't get into it. You don't get into it. We're polite, but you understand these are not normal people, right?
Oh, Who's not normal?
Anyone on YouTube.
Oh no, YouTube's a tough game. Like,
Yeah.
I
for
don't know.
sure.
You know, you got with the divisiveness in the country. I don't know what you could be more, divisive over: immigration, politics, and what, abortion or religion. So,
It's so complicated though with all these streamers, especially like now it's going to be 4 years soon. But when it happened, a lot of people are just boots on the ground, and then it evolved to people being part of like big committees, government, oh, we're going to do a whole conference for 500 for the weekend.
Like
it's
to
that's
bring
how
that back a little bit.
this
Crypto
is
Maria.
every community I have seen in YouTube for decades. It doesn't matter if it's Canadian politics or tarot card readers or they are making cat crochet blankets. It's the same patterns, and no one's wanting to acknowledge this because they're so caught up in the moment. And that's my piece on all this.
Here's a question for the group. Do you guys think it's like foolish to try to make a YouTube channel? Because I have a lot of people saying like, oh, YouTube doesn't show anything that touches on the right or whatever. That's part of my challenge, right? It's to try to grow this channel when they don't when they don't distribute your videos fairly.
Then that's never going to be bad. And you have more support because you're just a genuine, nice person. You're not a lot of people you don't know the people I know on YouTube, okay? You're a cute Canadian channel. You're not
some AI voice talking and shit. Like that's another thing too with YouTube is it's really watered down with all these AI channels.
You're fine, dude.
I agree with that, Jeremy.
So I'm going to boost you up here, Aaron, and say, you know what, my wife and IT folk say, you know what, Steve, man, you should drive to Nova Scotia and hang out with Aaron for a week, and you should do a couple of shows, man, because
hey, look at you got a fucking roommate.
Do you understand?
Come on down, Steve.
Do you understand? And then you
nobody goes to Nova Scotia for a fucking vacation. I highly recommend it because I did
Okay,
one
well,
time.
my mom lives in Windsor. Okay, I was adopted, and I
Windsor,
was a
Nova
fortunate
Scotia, or
man.
Windsor, Ontario.
Windsor, Nova Scotia.
Yeah,
okay,
come on down, man. I've got family
so
in Windsor.
I can make it a dual trip, and we could do a week thing, and I could bring a mountain bike or two, and you could get on a bike like before winter hits, like
where are you,
do it. What's that?
Right. So where are you?
I'm in Snottawa, Ontario. Right.
So it's like $100 fucking flight or something. You can drive there, I guess. Eh?
Yeah. I could just throw it in my Hemi. I could even bring a spare motorcycle for you, man. We could do a quick tour before winter or whatever.
Like a dirt bike?
No.
No, I'm not interested. A dirt bike, I'm interested
But I could bring a couple mountain bikes. I could bring a kayak.
Just bring
and we
yourself,
could throw
man.
you in the water.
Come here. Get
Do you know
in
what I
the
mean?
studio
And those
with me.
things would be really fun and hype and really good. And it's not about me, dude. It's not about me. It's about Canadian content and these people that watch and really enjoying something that's worth it.
I'm trying to make the videos a bit more fun, like being outside more. Because, well, for the first year, I was just trying to do it. Then I moved here. And now I've got this area that's so polluted with beauty. Like, the natural beauty here is crazy.
If only we could make that a license plate. Canada, Ontario, or Nova Scotia. Polluted with beauty.
It is polluted with beauty here, man.
I had a
Where'd you go?
weekend down in Nova Scotia.
Have you been down here, Jeremy?
Yeah, I was down there for a USC weekend. Trying to remember who
You came to
fought.
UFC. Which one?
I'm trying to
McDonald.
think who fought. It was Derek Lewis and oh god, I'm trying to remember who he fought. He got a knockout too. It was awesome. He got a wicked knockout.
Sure.
Yeah.
Travis Brown, Derek Lewis. Travis Brown, Derek Lewis. That's who fought.
Yes.
Derek Lewis knocked
Sure,
Travis
man.
Brown out.
That was a big one.
Yeah.
That's the only sport I follow still is MMA.
Yeah, I trained in kickboxing for about 6 years. Purple belt.
Cool.
Yeah, I got all the way to purple belt. That's as far as I got.
Good for you.
I got it for a while.
I'm a pussy. I can't fight. Like I can take a punch.
I'm not a fighter. I'm not a fighter.
I can take a punch.
Bad jokes. Bad jokes. No, that's a bad blonde joke.
So McCock's from fucking Ontario, and where's everybody else from?
New Brunswick.
Cryptomiria's from BC. I don't know where she's from. Vancouver Island, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Tory in
Victoria.
there. Dimebags is in Edmonton.
Edmonton.
I'm in capital Fredericton, New Brunswick.
John,
Spent
where are you?
25
You're in
years
Ottawa?
in BC, right?
No, St. Thomas, Ontario.
I get it.
St. Thomas, right.
St. Thomas, right?
Yeah.
So I
gang.
do appreciate like everybody, every different demographics kind of point of view, right? Elderly and fucking which province you live in. I do actually really love hearing how people think. I guess from how things have been going in their own neck of the woods.
It's important.
Like a liberal.
No, it's important. I like that, man. It's important. Yeah.
What I find funny about our channel is that people would think we're just a bunch of racists. And there's nobody further from racist than the people that I want watching my shit. Because I don't give a shit about your race, your gender, where you're from, whatever. I don't give a fuck. Just be kind, be good. And I think that most of us that watch
isn't that how they fucking pigeonholed the whole Western fucking countries into where we are today?
Yeah,
if
they did.
Have something to say like fucking you're racist or misogynist or transphobic or homophobic or like that's why. I got nothing against anybody else who wants to come here and take up our culture, live in harmony and shit. Right.
Yeah.
And like so that's the fucking problem. And Canada, my Canada, what I was fucking promised, like we may be able to bounce back still. UK, I don't think they're ever gonna they're lost, eh? Like
we're in trouble here too, Pickles.
We fucking are so.
We're in trouble.
You got these. You're a terrorist harboring country, is what we are.
Yeah.
Well, our government is. It screwed me up the other night. Just in the comments.
And Palestinians and what else? The IRGC and what else? What other terror? You got Chinese police stations operating in Canada.
Coming now, Pickles. The Venezuelans are coming now. Trump's in. They're coming this way.
Yeah, the Venezuelan criminals are coming.
So now that Trump won, like I said, you get to
go.
hear all these people backtracking. It's the funniest thing ever, right? Like, fucking they're like pretending like they didn't spend the last 4 years bashing him, telling him he has no business in the White House. The guy's a clown for 4 fucking years. Like, you don't think the guys can remember? And now they're coming out going, oh, congratulations, Donald Trump.
Yeah.
He's coming for you, you fucks.
Isn't that amazing how everybody's now Trump's the greatest thing since sliced
I
bread?
know. Everyone's backpedaling.
It's embarrassing, Johnny.
I saw some on Saturday Night Live or whatever, and I don't like Saturday Night Live. I never watch it, but I mean, just the one yesterday I saw highlights on Benny Johnson or something, and it's like a complete flip flop. It's been 4 years of them fucking trashing Trump.
They just have Kamala on, and then the next weekend they're like, "Oh my God, Trump! Can you not?"
Yeah, I know. It's
we're just clowns. It's like. Fuck you, Lord
I'm
Michael.
just so satisfied.
I want you to smack around your crew. Like, this is not what we used to stand for.
We need to get back to kids in the hall, man. Like those guys.
Kids in the hall.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like kids in the hall.
I've told Aaron that we need to do a live watch party of kids in the hall. Just because now it's so much
just to shut all that stuff up. Just shut it all
have
up.
A kids in the hall was at like 10 years old, 8 years old. I don't even know.
No. And
I didn't watch that one.
I streamed them.
I got
was
a kick.
more-
I loved
I've
it.
never
I
gotten
loved it.
strikes.
It was
I think it was
And
more.
also, I can talk to the guys. They don't
It's more
care.
what, buddy?
They would
It was,
happy us.
it was more. You can't do that on television, right?
We can do that on television.
Yeah, you're too young to even remember what the fucking show was. You remember?
No,
You know what I'm
I
talking
got
about?
it, man.
Yeah.
Like I got my gold medallion award of excellence for my
YTV and
participation.
fucking,
Did
yeah,
you?
right?
Did
Oh,
you?
yeah, I
Were
totally
you
did.
award of excellence, or were you a
Man, I remember
bronze?
fucking when you would
Did
go to
you?
school and you'd participate in, you'd have your whatever the Olympics in the spring or the summer, and you'd get first,
That's what
second,
I'm
third,
like.
fourth place. And I don't remember when that changed, but then all of a sudden they just stopped handing out fucking ribbons.
And they say, that's America.
Yeah, that's weird.
Me, whenever I see an American flag hung in the window of a basement apartment by guys who have better things to do with their money than buy curtains, I say, that's America to me.
Oh my God. Nostalgia.
In America, there are
Watch
51
this.
states, or maybe it's 80 by now. Does England count? I'm not quite sure. The one thing I am sure of, though, is if I'm standing in a warehouse beside a time clock and a guy is punching in for his best friend who is too hungover to get out of bed, I'm standing in America, the makeover capital of the world, the place where every young man has to answer in his heart the question, what do you love more, your girlfriend or your car? And where that young man can buy a beat-up car for $300 and has to spend $1,000 to insure it. Where else can even a paperboy auction the film rights to a book? A woman on an assembly line works out her overtime in her head to infinity. And at the exact same moment, her husband gets into a car accident because he's looking at a girl in a tube top. In America, where spelling doesn't count, people's pets do. Where else can a guy get a job riding a whale at Marineland? But in America. In America, a guy's girlfriend breaks up with him over the phone. So he gets a gun and kills the principal. Everyone is sad until they get the day off. Next week, another guy, another gal, another we can still be friends phone call. Uh-oh, the assistant principal gets it. And everyone's sad because they don't get the day off. Because he's just the assistant principal. America, a land of opportunity. Yes, that great lumbering beast journeys tirelessly, stops only to eat a clubhouse sandwich, pick its teeth with a matchbook cover, and fall asleep with the TV on. Again, America, a place for Americans.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
How'd you find that so fast?
I just got lucky. I'm sorry, data sender.
Oh my God, that was funny,
You're on
man.
the fly now. Oh, we got someone new. Who's that?
We got a new one.
Data sender is in the building.
Hey, Zulu.
I'm sorry to leave you hanging for that long. I didn't know.
Hey, you're back.
Can you hear me?
Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay,
I can hear you.
Welcome, Mr. Data.
Yeah, it's all Pickle's fault.
I'm a bad influence. I need supervision.
God damn,
Office.
Mr. Pickles. Why do you keep
Don't we all,
screwing
buddy?
everything
Don't
up?
we all?
Yeah, that kid's an all shit wig. I don't know. I think it's after my time. I didn't really see much of that, I suppose, or whatever. But I don't fucking know. Like the way the world has changed, man. You just never would have thought that it could change this fucking dramatically, hey? And
So
few
quickly.
time. So
Unreal.
quickly.
Unreal.
I've got a son that is a heavy liberal, and he will vote blue, but he's in Victoria, of course, and I don't blame him because we had I lived in Vancouver and Prince Rupert. We were there for 22 years on the coast, and we had really weak representation from the Conservatives. And I grew up in Saskatchewan, where it's huge Conservative because of the farmer support that was there for years and years. But I have to, I voted NDP a couple of times because they were the only people standing up for the people in the north, and And the same with Liberals at the time. They were good for the rest of the, they were good for work. And now they're just garbage. I basically came from the left side to the right.
It's what I find most remarkable.
I can relate. No shame. Like, I'm on. The NDP used to stand up for farmers, and now it stands up for God knows what. I don't know.
Stands up for the Liberals.
I find it it's most remarkable that all these parties now, they still parade under the same banner names and they expect to be treated as what they used to be, but they are not what they are now. Liberals are communism, Marxists. A liberal now is a conservative. The scale has moved so far to the fucking left, man.
It's all
good for you, man. Good for you for saying that. Good for you for saying that. I agree.
I am disgusted by how they still parade under the same guise.
No, good for you.
They're for the fucking people. The NDP are for the working class. They are not.
No, they're not.
No, right? And so like the Democrats, liberals, they're fucking pink-haired, tranny, fucking rainbow sidewalk, fucking motherfuckers.
Yeah.
Would you say the NDP are now the party of the immigrant, though? Because that's how I feel about them. They're the party every immigrated person that I know is interested in supporting.
Oh, you betcha, Dimebags.
Open the floodgates, and
look at the immigration. Why do we have the immigration coming all the way from, it's all, you can have it like spread out over every culture and every country. No, it's all coming from fucking India. And I bet you it's mostly Khalistanis.
Yes.
Right? And who's the leader of the NDP? A Khalistani.
And he was a huge pro-supporter or
pro-Khalistani. Oh, yeah.
Who's not allowed to go home and not allowed to use his family name.
Well,
you
he's
never
born
know
here.
that he is. His name is Singh Dhaliwal.
Yeah, it's Jimmy.
That's his name.
Yeah, his name's Jimmy Dhaliwal, and fucking he was born in Canada, but he's been associated with Khalistanis, so India has banned him because it's a terrorist organization. So is USA. And this is the guy that's running the NDP.
And we have about 750 pro-Palestinian leaders that are in this country that they've let in.
Yeah, anybody see what was going down in Amsterdam or whatever the other night?
Yeah, it's bad news.
How can
my
Green
buddy's
Deja
girlfriend is
still
Jewish
support
and
him
she's
though?
there.
Like,
Beating the fuck out of people, like Israelis or whatever when they came to play soccer, when they left the soccer game, running them over with cars and shit.
It's
like
wild.
unbelievable. And this is going to happen in Canada. It's just a matter of time.
It's just a matter of they're already taking over the university campuses.
Yes, exactly. They are more ready than we are. And we are going to have this war on our soil.
The whole attack on the folks that are like us, which are, I believe, are open-minded Canadians that want our country to do better, but also keep it well greased inside and not take on so many immigrants. I've got no issues against any particular immigrant, but our immigration policies are a disaster.
So tomorrow's Remembrance Day, right? And I really respect veterans, and I have my entire life, and it's a very special day for me. And you have to, remember like all these people that died so we could have our country and our freedoms, and remember what they died for. You watch tomorrow, man. What's going to happen at these fucking remembrance
they're going to be
ceremonies?
singing Canada in Hindu or some shit.
No, that's safe for Winnipeg Jets hockey games.
Yeah,
we can't even say prayers
that
as
was so fucking
chaplains in the military.
Well, then they come out with that shit or whatever, and then you have the liberals like freaking out, going, "We never said that." But yeah, there's legislation that says you cannot just pray in Christian because you're going to offend other cultures.
Exactly.
And that's been around for a decade or so, but it's still a thing, right? And then you got that fucking asshole in Halifax.
I'm still gonna pray.
You got that asshole in Halifax telling veterans not to dress up in their uniforms to go to the Remembrance Day ceremony.
I know.
What fucking country is this anymore?
Doesn't make any
don't
sense,
even,
man.
man.
Get dressed up.
Don't even. My
This
my
place, like,
dad. Hey, don't even. My dad just had a heart attack. He was a nav guy. He was NORAD. He was man. And my grandfather, my great grandfather. Okay,
serviced.
like don't even. I'm a military brat to the core. Look at
Fucking
me.
rights, man.
Do you
Salute your parents.
understand? Do you understand
Yeah,
where I
I
came from?
fucking ready to do.
It's just, I want to tell people, do you understand where I came from? This is
Like
who
what?
I am. I build this country. My dad told me to build this country, and that's what I'm going to fucking do.
You know, so then you
Like,
got that argument, I guess, like everybody's like,
you
oh, well,
know,
everybody's an immigrant, right? Well, no, that's not true. Everybody came here, the immigrants, like my family line and whatever, all of ours, they built the country. You're not just coming here to rape and fucking pillage the
we built
benefits.
this place, man. We built this place.
And died for it.
Don't tell
And
us
died
how
for
we
it.
built it. We know how we built it. We understand. And by the way, don't erase our past because we know what it is, because we have lineage. And you can try all you like. You can try to bend and twist and mess up everything. But you know what? I still have all my cousins, my nephews, my everything. Everything, the places I worked across this country, I know tens of thousands of people. And by the way, they don't. This government does not. And they tell a different story. So you know what? My story is with them. My story is with you, Aaron. My story is with you people. My story is what I listen to. My story is with you, Pickles. You understand?
Anybody fucking else like pissed off, every time? I'm pissed off daily. I think about it once a fucking day, like why Vimy Ridge was taken off the passport. Terry Fox.
Oh no,
Right? Like why
that shit
Canadian
is so.
identity is being erased.
Exactly. Well, we are being erased, and
They
but
can try.
yet you're the baddie. What do you?
I had family serve in the military too. My grandpa was Air Force instructor. He taught fighter pilots.
I'm gonna be praying tomorrow.
Tomorrow is a sacred fucking day, man. And I don't work on fucking Remembrance Day. I never fucking have, even if they ask. Like, no, you pay your fucking respects. And to have what you're gonna see tomorrow, and I'm sure it's gonna be a fucking shit show, is disrespectful to everybody that lives in Canada, every Canadian.
They're gonna try some woke trick. You know what I mean? They're gonna have a bunch of, and again, I don't care what you do, what
Palestinian
your
poppy.
preferences are or whatever, but they're gonna have a bunch of queers come out and dance around some rainbow flag and try to present something to do with Remembrance Day.
They did it
that
last
should
year
be
in Kelowna.
forgotten.
They showed up downtown, fucking the Soji people, and at Remembrance Day, the 11th minute, the 11th hour, in the fucking morning, and you got all these like trannies like fucking showing up for their own cause.
And again,
It's
like
gonna
I
happen
got
tomorrow.
nothing against any particular tranny. Like, want to do your thing, go ahead. But like, but having
Stay the fuck
Randy
away from the kids,
Bossino
you fucks.
up
Tuck
there
your balls
saying,
back in your fucking little, pantsuit or whatever you got, your skirts and shit. Stay the fuck away from kids. And so now, you're not. These people don't know how to do. The kids don't know how to do arithmetic, and they don't know social studies, but they can tell you every gay fucking color on the flag.
They've been taught to be
Fuck that.
activists. They've been
Hey,
taught to be
boys.
activists their whole life.
No, exactly.
I gotta
and
ask.
It's,
Listen, I gotta ask.
It's
Can you
why
imagine?
it's scary to go to
Go ahead.
film.
You got to ask what? I want to hear it.
What do you got, Dime Bags?
If you remember, Randy Boissonnault did his gave his bullshit about how he met his buddy. What's that other guy's name?
Stephen Anderson.
Anderson.
Okay,
Anderson.
they met on a plane.
Oh.
Could you imagine
In
how
the
long
bathroom.
that took? How long
I'm
that took?
nothing.
It's like they sat near each other, and the one looked over at the other and said, "You look fabulous." Like, they had like they set off my dar, man. As soon as I looked at either one of those guys, it's like, you're not right, eh? Like,
No, you didn't.
Not even
and then of course
close.
they got into business together right away, like you would with a total stranger.
That's a pretty
That's how it
close
works all the
business
time.
relationship, Darren.
Man, I love your fucking fingernails. You got some sweet high heels on. You want to be friends?
Who
Let's
does
start
your
a company
eyelashes?
together. Like,
That's a sweet suit you got on, man.
I know everyone's cringing. It's like, how are these guys in power?
Well, and then you see, like, now they got him like dead to rights or whatever, and like he put out that thing or something saying he just threw Tranderson under the bus entirely, right?
Yeah.
Like the gay Indian
Like
fucking
you would.
bullshit that's coming out now. I told you, Aaron, you were going to get him again to committee. Like I told you, the guy's got. They have
I'm
him dead to
excited.
fucking rights.
I'm excited. I made a
Oh.
video like leading into the next time that Randy's gonna get, because he is gonna get busted this time, because he hasn't been busted.
Him and
He's
Gable.
so far.
Are you
He's so
sure?
far
Because he's
walking
gotten away
away
with it so
from it.
long. He's gotten away with it so long. You're really sure he's getting
Well, and
It's so ridiculous, Jeremy.
people are
He'll
gross
slither
and
away again,
weird.
man. He's a little snake. He'll slither away into his little pit, and he'll be gone. Fucking.
God
I don't
damn,
know
I
if
hope not.
So back in the day, there's a bunch of shows ago or whatever. Aaron was asking like, who's the person that you hate most in the Liberal cabinet, and I like still yeah, it's a toss up. Like who's the worst? Who's
For
the worst?
me, Karina Gould.
I was gonna say Khalid.
I
was gonna say Khalid or Anita.
Khalid's a good choice. Khalid's a good choice.
If there was
I
some
don't
of
like-
it's like Jolie's in there, but she's just so dumb.
I don't know. Who cares about Jolie? She's almost
Exactly,
harmless.
it's
Jeremy,
like-
who you got?
I was just gonna say, like, a lot of the narcissistic ones that get on there and they're like all fucking screaming in power, and like Garrettson or Orskin Smith or one of them fucking idiots that get on there and start
Erskine
screaming like a
Smith.
child.
Erskine
Like,
Smith hasn't been around in the committees
No, I know
much
Garrettson hasn't
until
said much
recently.
either, but I just don't like.
But that motherfucker is sick. Like, I hate that guy. Like,
Druin,
I
Druin.
choke him
Hey.
with my bare hands. Like,
Freeload is dangerous. Okay, freeload is
Freeload
dangerous.
is dangerous.
She's dangerous.
fucking
She's
dangerous.
dangerous.
The swamp is
I deleted her
draining.
from my reality. She's not even part of my reality anymore. I deleted her. She's.
You know what? I'm gonna
What
make
about
it easy.
Fucker.
I'm gonna make this easy. Who I like and who I dislike. I hate every one of the Liberals.
There you go.
No,
There you go.
yeah, I can
Every
designate
single
either,
one
but
of
there's
them.
one. There's one that you got. Tell me who the one is that you hate
The
most.
one that I hate the most. Oh
Yeah.
man, that's a hard.
It is a tough.
Christ.
Huh?
I mean, there's
It really is.
because I hate Gould. I don't like
I don't
Gould
like the
at
whiny
all. I
ones.
think she's very condescending and very rude, the whole bit. I don't like I don't like Trudeau, obviously. I don't like what's her name? The one that's in North York, the MP in North York that had a picture with
Heiju.
with that
Heiju,
had a
yeah.
picture with the Palestinian leader.
Oh,
Iran.
Yara Sachs.
Sachs.
Oh my
I
god.
don't like I don't like Khalid. I don't. It's hard to say. You can't just pick one.
You know, it's a long list, eh, John?
I mean, you can't pick one. I mean, there's tons of them.
Even the newer ones are terrible, like Ryan Turnbull and
Turnbull's got an extra chromosome.
Turnbull's a fucking idiot, man. I can't not stand that
It's
guy.
like
the
if
way he
you're-
does
if
his
you-
hair. He's got that poof of hair up there, like look at my sick
know,
$100 haircut. Like fuck off, dude.
The most damaging MPs to fucking Canada, I would say Trudeau, Mark Miller, Stephen Gabo, who else? Yara Sachs, Arif,
Billy
Tarani.
Blair.
Freeload,
Ray
man.
Ferrand,
Freeload.
Yeah, another one, yeah.
It's like asking.
Freeload is a shit
Justice
pile.
Minister is
It's like asking somebody.
Can
that
we
li-
do
it's like asking
Elizabeth
somebody
May? Can we just get her out of there? I'm sorry. I hope
No, it's time for Liz to go.
I'm really sorry about it, and now I regret it. Can we get rid of her? Please help me.
It's like asking somebody who likes steak and you put.
She's
a T-bone-
nobody.
No, listen, and you put a T-bone, you put filet mignon, and you say, okay, what kind of steak do you like? You got to pick one. How can you pick one if you love steak? You know, it's the same thing. The government, you can't just pick one because there's so many.
Yeah.
to pick.
$206,000 for 6 fucking days travel on an airplane for food is ridiculous. And then you gotta listen to that stupid bitch Jihad Jolie saying about how $9 for a fucking pound of butter. The bitch makes 340 grand a fucking year. Doesn't even do her own shopping. Like for real, bitch. Like for real.
It's going to catch up to her because actually it's part of the the cartel that they set up as the Liberals. So actually, the milk and fat, like like check out Food Professor. Like he's making fun of her. It's fucking huge, man.
I see
Huge.
them like
But,
dumping fucking milk in the fields, like they're
yeah,
price controlling.
millions of gallons, dude.
Terrible. That's a disaster. That's terrible.
Dude,
It's just hard because, like, baking used to be a cheap thing. You knew how to bake, you could
No,
make
it's a
all the
luxury
food
now.
you wanted, and now it's like doing baking is
So what did it cost? Like every neck of the woods here. Let's say what steak costs. We'll say a ribeye, like 2 ribeye steak at Super Sport. So in Kelowna, BC, it's about $64 for 2 ribeye steak. What's it like everywhere else?
I don't even
44.
know. I don't look at that section.
44
Like,
on sale. 44 on sale in Ottawa, and I shop for it. And sometimes I can get like a big loin that I cut into 8 steaks for 60. Truth.
I look at it because fucking I used to get the same shit for $28 for 2 big fat steaks. Yeah, so I'm gonna keep looking at it. There's no reason why it costs that much money.
That's right. And so I agree with you fully. Don't get me wrong. I'm not proving you wrong. I'm not trying to fight a fight here. I'm just saying it's up 144%. 144%. I'm an electrician. I'm rewiring my house. You know,
we should have been able to
for
we should
wire.
be able to eat, man. Like we shouldn't be struggling to fucking feed ourselves.
Yeah, it's a load of big cow donkey, man. Like I try not to swear much, but
we got all these.
I try not to as well, Steve, but sometimes it feels good.
It does, right? Sometimes it's justified, man.
That's why I say peacock.
You know, it is 33% more on all our food, just the carbon tax alone. Plus, don't you know these guys are gouging at the store level? For
Yeah,
sure
yeah.
they
So
are.
it's 56.
So it's all together
56%.
comes
And
together.
April 1st, it's going up again.
Yeah, so it's going to be 71%. Do the math, and I'm good at math.
I don't know why inflation's coming down. Like, you know, the interest rates are coming down. No, they're fucking not, man.
The craziest thing is, like, I make more now per hour than I did 5 years ago at the mill, and I'm making like almost 14 grand less than what I made then. Like it's insane.
Taxes turned right up. Yep.
Sorry, pardon my friend. I cannot believe it. It's insane how much less.
Dude, man, I'm a
make more per
tradesman.
hour.
I'm an electrician, and I understand. And I'm with the union, and I got to rewrite an extra ticket to bow down to Ontario's needs to have the privilege of working in Ontario since I got all my shit in BC, building ships and secret squirrel stuff.
That is ridiculous. If you have a ticket in BC, that should be throughout the country.
There's my red seal there.
That is the way it goes. So
Do you understand? Now you understand.
Why should you have to get a ticket if you want to do some work in Ontario? That's ridiculous.
You have no idea of the bureaucracy. You have no idea. No idea.
The part that really disturbs me about all this stuff is, I mean, like, you know, it's clear that all of us are, you know, 40 plus kind of deals.
Yeah, yeah.
So
55.
depending where you are in your life, I mean, you know, this might land a little bit. You know, you might be a little hurt less. You probably already own a home or have a mortgage and you paid into it.
I don't.
Where this really disturbs me is the fucking generations that are coming up now.
Yeah,
like,
man.
You are never gonna get to where some of us are.
Yep.
And they don't have any idea because they don't know what their fucking rights have been taken away. They don't know what
They don't even know what they're looking at. They don't even know what they're looking at because they were never taught that. They stole that. They stole that from schools in the 80s. They got busy dumbing down Canadians. So don't even get me started on that. I know many of mentors, like my volleyball coach and many guys who are coaches and science teachers and everybody, and they couldn't wait to get out. Why? Why? Even my coach lives down the street. Okay. You know, he couldn't wait to get out. You know why? Because he couldn't teach anymore.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Fucking if it keeps going this way, we're not gonna have a country left.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you
Hey,
something.
I gotta run. I just wanted to thank everyone on panel and thank you.
Cryptomaria, I think you're amazing. You're daring. You came out the first time. Your first try was the other night, and again, I just appreciate you having the balls to come out and hang out with a bunch of ugly old men.
I hope you don't have balls.
Oh,
That's
please,
weird.
you boys are fabulous.
You got balls, Steve.
No, it's just if I want to do filming for the Victoria Remembrance Day, I should sleep.
No, fair enough. It's late
go
here too.
downtown, because I don't always feel safe anymore.
No,
I
get it.
You know what I mean? I'm just
For sure. Get
Thank
some
you
rest.
so
Thank
much.
you very much for hanging out, Cryptomaria.
And you guys are awesome. Keep going.
This was fun.
I'm gonna
This
love
was a blast, man.
No, you're good peeps.
Anyways, we'll check you next time, sister.
Hey, Crypta, you're good peeps. You're good peeps, and we love having you, and I love seeing you in the chat.
Fucker
All right.
out.
Aaron.
So, guys, now that there's no chicks in the room, no, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Gentlemen,
I
it
thought she
is
smelled
past
like
my
pineapples.
bedtime. I cannot believe how much fun this has been. Johnny, I hope you enjoyed yourself.
I was trying to finish a thought, but it's okay.
No, go ahead, Johnny. Please go ahead, Johnny. You know, we can't cut you out. Go ahead, man.
No, we want to hear.
What I wanted to say is, and I'm not bragging about it, but what I wanted to say is, I retired at 58. My wife retired at 55. We basically have the house paid off and everything, and we're struggling just as much as anybody else. We find things very expensive as well. So it's not just it's the middle class, and like we consider ourselves the middle class maybe, and we're finding it tough too. So it's pretty much across the board. Everybody is unless you're Justin and the people that hang around with Justin that have gazillion dollars. They don't understand. They don't get it, right? But we're all in the same boat here. And the thing is we should all stick together as Canadians, and that's what matters. And don't let Trudeau try to divide us, because that's what he's trying to do. That's all part of the plan.
We're listening to you, man. We're listening to you, man.
Yeah, I'm with Steve right there, John, that we hear what you're saying and we all feel the same pain.
Absolutely.
And they are trying to break us, and they don't want middle class.
Part of the plan, Aaron.
And it's not that it's a mistake. They're doing it. That is on purpose. It's
But you know
not
what?
like-
It's gonna end up biting them in the ass. It's biting themselves in the ass, because the Conservatives are leading 44 points over the Liberals at 24, I believe, or something like that, and the NDP are lower than that. So and I'm not going to hide it. I'm voting for Pierre.
But what if they rig the election though?
And
I mean, it's
the Conservatives are gonna have a landslide.
And why is
it'll
that?
be a big win, but I don't think that Trudeau or any of his cabinet will spend any time in jail.
It'll be the same reason why they voted out fucking Harper, because the only party that's close enough to get fucking Trudeau out is the Conservatives. So whether you like him or not, you're done with Trudeau. The only possible fucking vote you could cast if you're done with Trudeau is Pierre. And then now you got Maxime Bernier in the fucking shadow weed here.
They're irrelevant. They're irrelevant.
He's gonna split the fucking vote. He's trying to.
Yeah, no, it's a mess.
Very relevant.
Honestly, his campaign is going to be funded by the Liberals, because
You know what? It won't happen. It won't happen, man. If you look at Frank Vaughan, watch that guy, Frank Vaughan. Man, he tells it the way it is because he was PPC. You have a look at Frank Vaughan and what happened to the PPC and who he actually is. Have a look. And you know what? There's 3 other podcasts of different people who have a look at that and the PPC. Have a look, man. Have a look. You got to branch out and look out, because don't believe everything you hear, man. Right?
You can't believe fucking anything anymore.
This is what I'm saying.
Yeah, you can't believe nothing. Which either side? Like you have to fucking like investigate every fucking thing that you hear because is
This
it
is
a
what I'm
lie or
saying.
it's not? Oh, it's if you hear it on the mainstream media, it's definitely a fucking lie. But
Dude, man,
old
I
people
never
sure
said
believe it.
I never said I ain't right. I ain't right. I ain't right. You know what I mean? I'm just looking at a lot of things. And you know what's great about Aaron? You know what's great about Aaron and yourself and Kirk and all the folks is that you let people say what they need to say. And you know what? Sometimes it's kind of weird sometimes. But I like that because that's where I grew up in the 70s, my friend. You know what I mean?
I want the Canada back I had when we were fucking kids. You could like fucking ride, your kids could ride their bikes to fucking school. Nobody fucking, was worried about shit.
Amen, brother.
Right? You drink out the garden
Amen,
hose,
brother.
you fucking BMX, fucking jumping fucking, jumps with your friends. You're
Amen.
out till the fucking street lights come
Amen.
on. Like that's what I want. But that's Canada. Hockey in the streets, like pride. And we don't have that anymore.
I have a carport.
Supper.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. I leave my tools out front, like crappy tire, hanging wrenches, and all the shit. I keep all my nice, like super nice tools either in my truck or in my shop downstairs. Okay. You know what? Kids come by, they fix their bicycles, and if they don't know how, you know what? I fix them for them and I help them. I make them do it.
That's
I make
Canada.
them do it.
Yeah, that's
Do you
Canada.
understand? Do you understand? I make them do it. Now that kid has a Mustang 5-liter. He comes by and he asks for Sawzall tools and a bunch of stuff to cut his muffler to put a high performance exhaust on. I give him all the tools, and you know what? I know his car's going by. It's whoa, 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 and you know what? I kind of like it. I kind of like it.
No, there's a familiarity around that, like you've developed a relationship, and now you have
Game
somebody in your
on,
neighborhood you can trust,
Dar.
and they've got a
Exactly.
cool car.
And you know what? Like I was a hooligan. I don't know. Weren't you? Well, I was. So maybe if you weren't, I was. So I'm just giving
When you
back.
were knifing fucking people in Dundas fucking Square.
No,
right?
sir. I was
No.
military. Actually, I was military, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I was military. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That
Actually,
scourge of like me. You wait till
No.
your dad comes home. I mean, like, is that even a thing anymore? It's not. Like, your dad's gonna be the belt, right? When you get out the tub.
But
Oh,
I could toboggan. I could toboggan till 10 p.m. and get up and go to school for 7 a.m. and wake up because my dad said, if you're going to get wet and nasty and bounce off those bumps and get all crappy with your toboggan and all the stuff, then you can stay out as long as it takes. I don't care. As long as you come in and lock the front door.
Like I remember getting a fucking ruler across my knuckles in grade 3.
You know what I miss?
Me too. Grade 3, exactly. Grade 3.
What
That
do you miss?
happened. And
What do you miss?
and
I want to hear it. What do you miss?
I'm older than probably except for the gentleman with the glasses. Maybe he might be older than me. I'm not sure. I'm 67. So
don't worry about it.
When I was growing up, yeah.
No, give it.
When I was
Come
growing
on.
up in Montreal,
I look older.
I missed the days where you can open the window and you can hear kids going, car.
Yeah.
Hockey, right?
Game on.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
That's
That was the same similar joke to what I was saying.
Ball hockey, pond hockey. Yeah.
Not even a joke.
I saw something. Yeah, it's supper time, and I saw something the other day or whatever when Cole was
That
going
actually
down there.
was the
They were
only
like
thing that
fucking
would
arresting
end
a guy because he was
road
playing ice
hockey.
hockey.
Oh, the good old hockey game is the best game in the land.
All right, you want to talk about like
Tom Connors.
It's a base game you can know.
And you want to talk about like fucked up or whatever? I mean, 5 years ago, look what Don Cherry fucking had to say about all this shit.
Don Cherry was Grapes was absolutely right. 100%.
And we all knew it at the time too. And
Oh,
fucking
yeah.
Ron McLean fucking sold him the fuck out
Ron
the very
McLean
next
threw him
day.
under the bus.
Yeah.
Ron McLean should be ashamed of himself. He threw
Yeah.
Grapes under the bus. I would never talk to that bastard again if I was. I don't think Grapes
No.
talks to him.
I hear
anymore
you.
anyway.
Even if I didn't like the guy, even if I didn't like his suits or whatever.
Well, suits were
Do you know
pretty
what I'm
good,
saying?
I think, but
I don't care. It was part of Hockey
That's
Night in
Canada,
Canada,
man.
you dumb goofs.
That's
Like,
Canada,
The
right?
thing is, though, only grapes would look good in a suit like that. To tell you the truth,
the fact that he was bold enough to do that. Bring it on.
To be sold out by the society, and I mean, like, we all knew when that was going down, it was fucking wrong.
Gary asked me the other
Yep.
day,
Great
is
Canadian
it
right
Tom
there.
Tom?
Yeah.
Gentlemen, we're going to wrap it up right here. We're going out on this. I want to thank you all for hanging out, Cryptomaria as well. But I have to wrap this up, guys. I've been on here for hours. And before we go, anything to shout out? Anybody have anything to say? We'll give everybody their chance. If you have something to promote or something, we're going to start with you. Let's see, which direction are we going to go here? Jeremy, what's up? We'll start with you.
What am I gonna shout out?
No, give a shout out or whatever. Thank you. I appreciate you hanging out with me for a couple of hours here.
I appreciate all you guys. I like listening to all you guys. You guys make me laugh. I can't even type half the time in there. I'm laughing so hard. All the shit you guys say. I appreciate you, Aaron. I do. It's
great, man. That's
you got
perfect.
here, man. I appreciate it.
I'm glad you hang out.
Appreciate all
Jeremy.
you guys.
Dime bags, what you got?
Not too much, just searching rolls, finding coins, and hopefully filling up my new coin book. I just picked up a 5-cent book. That's what we're working on the Dime Bag channel. I'm going to go over to a place called Deb's Wood Burning right away, and I'm going to pretend I'm a rock star and sing some songs.
I don't think you'll be pretending. I think you'll just being a rock star.
Fake it till you make it.
Rock on. Steve Bloy, what you got?
Well, maybe I should just jump in my truck and come see you. And we'll do a 2-day event. And that would be really cool.
Do it up, man. Honestly, 53 Main Street, guys, bro. I'm easy to find.
Yeah,
I
think
do have space here behind my.
No, it's not so much. No, it's not so much that. I think it would be fun to if you thought about, like, you had a second guy and that we could argue amongst each other. It would be really fun, right?
Again, I just fly solo in my life.
No, that's the whole point.
You want to come and visit? We can make a show. Guaranteed.
That's the whole point I was trying to make. I'm not trying to jump in or anything. I'm just saying,
I don't
wouldn't it
take
be
it
fun?
like that. I don't take it like that. Come and visit, bro.
Sword fight.
What's that?
Come and visit.
I said sword fight.
Mr. Pickles is being Mr. Pickles
you need
is
a
always
bigger
wanting
toilet,
sword
man.
fight.
You need a bigger toilet. Holy Jesus, we're sword fighting.
We need a big old toilet. What do we got, Data Sender? How are you doing?
I'm good, doing good. Sorry I froze up there and had to try and sneak back in here. It was great.
No sweat, man. How are things going over there? You're with Canadian
Capital Clips.
Capital Clips. I like his videos. How's that going?
It's going good. We got a good group. Like push what we're doing. On another channel, but
No. It's okay here. I like that guy.
It's kind of the same circle of chatters. We had Pickles and Kirk in there the other day snooping around. It was great. Not snooping around, but coming in.
Mr. Pickles.
I've been on there a few times with you guys.
Yeah, I went and watched this shit or whatever. It's not bad.
I'm a member of his channel.
Yeah,
So,
I know. I was there when you joined up.
yeah, like
it's kind of cool.
Again, friendly competition is good. We're trying to get the word out.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Everybody's got a different format as well, which is pretty cool. All the streamers kind of do their own thing, but we've got the same circle of people that have through them all, and it's kind of like a big happy family in a way.
Patriots watch our shit.
Yeah.
Only people that care about the country watch our stuff. Like,
no, that's right. And so no, it's going good. I wish you did more live stuff.
Excuse me.
But that's that's his that's what his format is, and that's all there is to it. So of course that's great. I get a chance to come over.
No,
here
he's
and hang
doing
out.
great there, man. He's ahead of me, like in numbers and stuff.
And he's a smart guy too. He knows
Oh,
lots
he's
of
sharp.
the house.
He doesn't talk on there very much, but that's probably part of the show. Like I talk too much. What are you gonna do?
Everybody's kind of got their own format of how to do things or how they're doing things. So I just ended up kind of rolling in there one day and liked what I saw and got a chance to. And then the next thing you know, he added me in as an admin, and so I've been stuck with him ever since.
Oh, thanks for joining the program, Data. I'd like to see you on here tonight. Good for you.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, everybody. Johnny, what else? What do you got to push?
Okay, I really don't. In light of the Veterans Day tomorrow, I'd like to say, now this may sound, mushier.
Don't worry about it. Just say it.
Okay, my grandfather, Robert Henry Chicoine, he was in the Royal Canadian Engineers. He was stationed in England. Came back home with a shell shock. He passed away, but he was a sapper, and he used to build bridges and destroy them to let the armory, the arms go by, the tanks and everything. And he passed away quite a while ago, but I'd like to honor him and honor all the veterans that sacrificed their lives for us.
Amen, man.
All right, no.
Amen.
That's a nice sentiment.
Yep.
Mr. Pickles.
Exactly
let's
where I
stick
was
a
going.
fork in this pig.
Exactly where I was going with it. Tomorrow's Remembrance Day. Honor your veterans. Remember the sacrifices. This is our country, and they died for this shit. So, God bless the veterans.
I guess
All right, gang. Thank you guys for hanging out, doing this experiment.
Thanks, Aaron, for having me up.
No, very, very happy to have you guys here. We'll do this again. This is fun.
Yeah,
It's a blast.
Yeah, I like it.
It really is so much fun. I don't know, actually, what I've been doing for the last 2 hours is just hanging out with you guys. I'm not looking at the computer.
Thanks,
I'm not
Aaron.
looking at politics. It's just fun, Steve Bloyd. It's so...
It kind of sounds like I think you guys will probably know this. It kind of sounds like hello.
Yeah, exactly. Now you're getting it. Now you're getting it. Now you're getting it.
That's great.
Sorry. It's getting late. I'm getting tired. You guys are the best.
I'll shut up.
Head house.
No. Nobody's got to shut up. This is just some fun fucking shit, boys.
Yeah, it's okay. I put it upon myself. I'm still holding my heart because that's what you're supposed to do, man. And I walk out on my curb every time, and I still see cars driving by. However, I always walk out and hand on my heart. And my dad had a heart attack just yesterday, and he was Nav Air Force, and I got to go see him tomorrow and sit and hang with him. So that's what I'm going to do. And I'm not trying to be negative or anything like that. I'm just saying that's what I'm going to do.
It's just a tough challenge you've got to face, and you'll face it.
I should be so privileged to have a father at 86 years old. I should be so privileged. And that's all I got to say. That's all I got to say.
Well, our thoughts are with you and your father. I hope he.
Thank you.
recovers,
My hat's off already.
And I salute him and tell him that thank you for his service. And
Thank you. And it's not a weird thing. I'm not pushing it hard. It's just... It's just the facts,
no apologies, Steve, man. That's a proper thing. You're just letting people know what's going down. Good for you for taking care of it.
Appreciate it.
Gentlemen, we're going to go out here on some Trailer Park Boys.
Okay, love you. Bye.
I want this one. I want this one to go. Thank you guys for hanging out.
Thank you, man.
Guys.
Love you, man. Great crowd. Great crowd. Don't stop. You are what you need to be.
That's what they buy everyone in the chat to do. You guys will have a good night.
Later, guys.
Yeah.
You guys are the best.
Later.
Yeah, all the best, guys. All the best. I mean that. I don't say that often. Nice.
Take care, everybody.
Love you.
Everyone has an opinion about Canadian federal politics.
Oh, yeah.
I think our leader, Trudeau, I don't think I've ever heard him say a true word.
Oh, hello. Do you have a warrant to be here? Oh, yeah.
It's time for a change in this country, my friends. A real change.
Wiggle and squirm as you might, it is really hard to put lipstick on a pig.
When I'm Prime Minister, I will keep my promises.
WTF.
Here.
I know this place is where I am. No other place is better than. No matter where I go, I am proud to be Canadian. I am, you know I am. The worst that works.
The one we call Canadian.
Gentlemen, beam me aboard.